And good morning to everyone on the Rye House YouTube channel. We just kicked it off now. We have had the first session already started here in terms of qualifying. Honda's already out on circuit then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, 7 minutes for the quali, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the heats, and then it should be 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals later on this afternoon. We'll have all of the qualifying, so 5 qualifying sessions followed by 5 first round of heats. Then we go into about an hour's lunch break, and then followed by the second round of heats for all classes, and then the finals to finish off the day. Shailen Srikantan was your fastest driver out there, but has just been picked by 3 drivers. Harry Search, Ronnie Jones, and Jensen Kula all get ahead of Shailen. Great to have Shailen back here at the Rye House Kart Club. And of course, great to have back our O-Plate champion in Honda Cadet in 2025, Mr. Ronnie Jones. He's been absent here from Rye House for the last 3 rounds. Last time we saw him here at RHKC was at round number 3, and he pretty much clean swept the whole first 3 rounds. He finally gave an opportunity to someone else to take some victories in races, and that was mainly Jensen Kula. Now, what I'm really interested to see here today is whether Ronnie Jones could jump back in and be dominant yet again, or whether Jensen Kula has improved enough here to really challenge him at the sharp end. I say that, don't forget about other drivers as well. Harry Search was super quick last time out here at round number 6. And great to see as well Mr. Oliver Ratton up here at Rye House. Of course, usually I know him down at Forest Edge, but he's joined us up here at Rye House, currently in 5th position and already pretty much halfway through this qualifying session.
It looks like the 2 fastest drivers at the moment are just following each other around. Jensen Kula tucked up behind Ronnie Jones. And it seems like they're working together. The fastest laps are within a tenth of each other. So maybe some tactics going on in qualifying there, just to try and see if you can get a better lap time. Just stick behind, get the slipstream, and try and find his way ahead. With the 40 car tucked in behind them now as well, he's decided to go with them and just push on this qualifying section.
Indeed, yeah, a bit of tactics. We always say that in the qualifying sessions around here. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, Mac, you used to race at Wilton Mill Kart Club a lot.
Yeah.
You were very well known there at Wilton Mill Kart Club, and I always enjoyed commentating over your racing. With a qualifying session, of course, we didn't do that at Wilton Mill, did we? It was always just heats and then into finals.
Yeah.
But with a qualifying session like this, would you usually err on the side of, I try and follow and work with someone who I know is going to be quick, or would you rather go it alone and try and work out your own session by yourself?
I would always try and get a completely clear run, so there's absolutely no risk of anyone trying to fight in front of me for the fastest lap at the end, or holding me up at all, for sure. Because when there's 34 karts on the grid and a very, very busy grid, especially at Wilton Mill, you're going to get people fighting, you're going to get people thinking they're faster than other people and sending on each other. So if you get stuck behind that on your fast lap, then you're going to be having quite a lot of work to do in the first heat, especially.
Yeah, that makes sense, of course. And with these being such short, sharp heats as well, you've not got a lot of time to make it back up if you do get knocked down the grid in these qualifying sessions. So a really crucial part of the day this here in qualifying. And drivers really setting themselves up for a positive outing here at round number 7. Here we've got 3 drivers, haven't we? Jensen Kula dropping back to the 3rd driver in that little train, headed up by Ronnie Jones still, but it's now Harry Search in between. Just as I say that, Ronnie Jones drops back and does cut back in front of Jensen Kula. No, there we go, switches back. And of course here for today at round 7 as well, first time in a few rounds that we're not using the new corner. Back to the old layout here for today, down through pylon. So opens up another potential overtaking opportunity for the drivers once we get into racing action. Now here in the Honda Cadets, how long have we got left? 45 seconds. I might quickly have enough time to dive through this. Final winner so far this year. Round 1, round 2, round 3. All Ronnie Jones, as I mentioned. Round 4, round 5, round 6. All Jensen Kula in the finals. Now that makes it seem like they were all proper dominant. So much good racing in the Hondas here at Rye House throughout this season. But those finals all just coming together for those 2 drivers. At the moment, sitting 1st and 3rd on my timing, although it does look to me like it might have frozen. So I will hold off on that for the second. Yours hasn't frozen, so I don't know what mine's doing. Anyway, 10 seconds left to go in this session. And it is Jensen Kula still at the top of the timing sheets. I think those top 3, yeah, they have just about snuck over the line before the checkered flag's out. So they'll have one more lap to get this done, and it's 6 thousandths between Kula and Search, and only half a tenth back to Ronnie Jones. Top 3 heading round the final part of the lap. Do you want to call this session home, mate?
Absolutely. Very, very close between the top three. Anyone can take it. They're all following each other, as I can see, coming around the final sector of the lap here. It's going to be very interesting to see if the car behind can actually make up the pace with the slipstream. Here they come down the main straight, coming across the line. Ronnie Jones has just snuck it home. 0.02 in front of Jensen Kula, with Harry Search 0.025 behind the leader there. Very, very close, and can only make for some fantastic racing in the first heat especially.
Yeah, wow, what an end to the session that was. A quarter of a tenth of a second separates our top three drivers out there in Honda Cadets. Unbelievable how close that was. But the only driver out of those three to improve on that lap was Ronnie Jones, and he snuck pole position on his return to the Rye House Kart Club. Super, super impressive. It just shows how close those three are in terms of pace out there around Rye House. And like you mentioned, Mac, that's going to make for some great racing when we get into their first heat later on this morning. And as we mentioned, we're missing a couple of classes, so it probably won't be too long until we do see them out for their first heat of the day. Well, Honda Cadets all done and dusted then for their qualifying session. I mean, heading out on circuit already, I was going to say in a moment's time, but Micromax is already heading out onto the circuit for their 7 minutes of action. Right then, just over halfway through our Micromax qualifying session then. 666 of Rio Pocock, currently your fastest out there. He's just made a little cheeky move there down at hairpin 2 on the 25 of James Carver. James currently finding himself in 5th place at the moment. Sadly, looks as though we've lost a driver already from this qualifying session. A mechanical flag went out for Leyland Bradnam, only about a minute and a half into the session. A real shame for Leyland. Leyland had been really impressive last time out. At round number 6 had Leyland. Of course, Leyland taking the win in the final. First ever win for Leyland here at the Rye House Kart Club. Sadly, that positive momentum not carrying on here into round number 7 with that mechanical flag to kick off the day. Leyland's going to have to be scrapping his way back through the pack, I think, in the races to make up for that. Just as we were saying, though, Rio Pocock was fastest. He's just been pipped by Theo McLeish. A 10th of a second between McLeish and Pocock then at the sharp end of the order. And to be fair, pretty much the whole rest of the field only separated by about a second with just over 2 minutes to go. Just as I say that, Pocock goes even faster.
Yeah, we can expect a lot of changing throughout the session as the mechanics have been trying to set the pressures to make sure that they're quickest at the end of the session when the track is statistically as good as it can be. And it looks like Rio Pocock's tyres are being turned on right now, and he's going for it. 0.02 ahead of Theo McLeish. So just like the Honda Cadets, very, very close to the top. And can only both for good racing as well.
Indeed. Yeah, it's going to be some great racing in this class later on this morning. Now, I will say your championship leader, Adam Galudi, not out here racing today. So that does open up the opportunity for more drivers to close in terms of the championship. James Carver is second in the standings, about, 50 points behind. I'm going to have to zoom in. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be on my little document. Yeah, 984 for Galudi, 913 for Carver, 872 for Hugo Sena Echeverria, 869 for Charlie Cale, and 863 for Leyland Bradnam. That's all after round number 6. So another 0-pointer. Well, of course, the 0-pointer from round 6 for Galudi wasn't really taken into account because that counted as his drop score. So this is going to be the round that drops him out of the championship hunt really here for Galudi. So drivers to watch out there, Carver, Echeverria, Cale and Bradnam. They're all going to be scrapping over the championship after today's action. Carver comes in with a little bit of an advantage. Like I say, about 40 points or so. But we'll see what he can do out there on circuit. Whether someone has a standout day and is able to side their way through to the sharp end. 30 seconds left to go in the session then. 8 thousandths now separating McLeish and Pocock as they both continue to improve their times. All drivers heading through the final sector now. I think they'll all just about sneak in one more lap of this Rye House Kart Raceway. No one improving on that last lap around the circuit. It's 950 metres more for them to decide who takes pole position here in the Micromax class. Like I say, 8 thousandths between McLeish and Pocock. Only a couple of tenths back, though, to Cale, Echeverria and Carver. Of course, all those three battling over the championship. This is a big final lap here in this session as the checkered flag comes out.
Top 5 drivers separated by 3.5 tenths. Just finishing their final laps now. And this is going to be the time where you're going to see quite a lot of improvements. As you can see, the leaders just coming around the final corner here. This is the top 5 quickest drivers in the session. No improvement from Pocock. Nor from Carver. McLeish improves though. Top of the timing sheets. Actually, it stayed the same, I think. So 0.08 separates P1 and P2 of McLeish and Pocock. And just like with the cadets, very, very, very close.
Yeah, we didn't think it would get much closer, did we? I mean, we were between 3 in the Hondas, between 2 here in the Micromaxes, but even closer. 8 thousandths of a second separating McLeish and Pocock. It's been so close here so far today for round number 7 of the Rye House Kart Club. But yeah, big one from that session. Of course, Leyland Bradnam, your victor in the final at round number 6 in Micromax. Sadly out after only doing 3 laps around this Rye House Kart Raceway. But it's Theo McLeish who takes pole position just ahead of Rio Pocock. Charlie Cale and Hugo Sena Echeverria, your second row, followed by James Carver, Oscar Masquel and Leyland Bradnam rounding out the grid. Right then, 3 more qualifying sessions left to go. Up next, it's Junior Rotax for their 7 minutes of qualifying. Junior Rotax out then, their qualifying session nearly halfway done. And it's Mr. Ayrton Rye, who is at the sharp end at the moment, currently setting the pace. But as you mentioned a second ago, Mac, it is so close out there. Top four separated by less than a tenth of a second. And it's only 2/10 back to 7th place. Ridiculous. Samir Poole goes quickest. 8 thousandths quicker than Ayrton Rye's previous best time. We're down just below a 35.5 at the moment in terms of fastest lap time so far in this session. But gaps are just ridiculous. There isn't a single gap until you get down to about P11, P12. That's over a couple of tenths between them. And just as we say that, Anthony Parfitt now steals away provisional pole position. Anthony has won a few finals so far this year. Anthony taking the win at round 2 and round 6 last time out. Adam Turasek has 2 other ones as well, round 1 and round 5. And then it's Rex Ashley, your championship leader, who won at round 3 and round 4. Rex has been super consistent throughout this season, though, and that's why he's in the hunt for the victory at the end of this season. But a couple of drivers quite close to him. The closest being Tyler Mason-Gray, and those two actually pretty much inseparable out there in terms of the timing sheets at the moment. 6th for Ashley, 7th for Mason-Gray. Only separated by 0.03 of a second, but continuing to chop and change throughout this one. About 2 minutes left to go. And again, particularly with a lot more karts out on circuit, it's again that thing of deciding whether you work together with people or try and go all on your own.
Absolutely. As we saw down at the hairpin, Rex Ashley getting past a kart there. And 1 minute 50 to go at the moment. Not really too worried about that from his point of view, as he was get quite a lot of clean road in front of him once he gets past his kart in front of him. But as long as you can find a space for those last couple of laps, then you're always stand yourself in good stead to try and produce a very respectable lap time. 1 minute 30 to go. 0.3 separate the top 7, so very close again. 1/10 for the top 4, you can see there. And every single class so far, very close between third and second. Only 0.02 at the moment, just a fraction of a second. With the track being under 1 kilometre as well, you're always going to get very close lap time and very close racing. So I think we're very blessed to be able to see this, as it's going to be very exciting. It's all of that. 1 minute to go. No one improving that last lap. Ray still 0.02 behind the leader, with BZ 0.07 behind the leader as well. So very close to the top. We look down the grid. Everyone got someone to race in this class, which is good to see as you get at these club meetings. No matter what your experience, there's always someone that's set their face for you, as seen in the timings. Not very many big gaps between anyone there. But they'll be starting, drivers just coming over the start finish line now to start their final lap. They're not going to get going after this one.
Indeed, sadly, we had another early exiter from this session. Alex Cooper got a mechanical flag only about a minute in. Well, I say that, it looks like he's back out on circuit because he's lapping around and setting lap time. So looks as though whatever it was, Alex was able to sort pretty quickly, get straight back out on circuit. So positive for himself. He's currently sitting in 15th place. Checkered flag has just come out. We've got a driver off in the wall down at Pylon. Not sure who that is, but that's going to cause yellow flags here on the final lap. Might stop drivers from improving here. Anthony Parfitt currently sitting on provisional pole. Ayrton Rye and Jack Beasley not going any quicker. Neither did Samir Poole or Tyler Mason-Gray. That rounds out your top 5 at the moment. And drivers heading around the last few corners. Like I say, I think that's going to scupper any final improvements here in this junior Rotax session. Across the line comes Anthony Parfitt. Of course, doesn't improve, and neither do the drivers around him. So that's it then. Anthony Parfitt is your pole sitter here in Junior Rotax at round number 7. Ayrton Rye joins him on the front row with Jack Beasley and Samir Poole on row 2. Tyler Mason-Gray and McKellism on row 3. Then Rex Ashley and Mario Smith. Leon Canellas and Luigi Perlini round out the top 10. Then it's Harry Friel, Mia Caruso, then Ashton Baker, Emily Johnston, Alex Cooper, Ronnie Chapman, and Zuzana Michalowska. Rounding out our 17 kart grid there in Junior Rotax. Another short, sharp and scrappy qualifying session done and dusted there for our juniors and grid set. Very much looking forward to the racing later on this afternoon, and interesting to see there your two championship contenders, the ones who are at the sharp end anyway, a good 30-40 points clear of the rest of the drivers, down in 5th and 7th place. That is going to make it interesting. Right then, 2 more qualifying sessions left to go. Up next, it is Senior Rotax. Seniors cracking on with their session then. Liam Phillips, currently your fastest driver out there on the circuit. But again, really close on the gaps. Just as I say that, new fastest lap courtesy of Mr. Jerome Phillip. And now we have less than 900ths of a second separating the top 4 out there. Jerome Phillip, Liam Phillips, Chloe Kunjarzik, and Jacob Barron. Now, Chloe, I know she can't hear me right now. She's out in the car. But I'm going to try and pronounce her name correctly this time because I've done it wrong at every single podium for the last, however many rounds. So I'm going to try and get it right today. Chloe's doing well, though. Up there in 3rd place at the moment. Of course, had that monstrous crash a couple of months ago here at Rye House. So I always mention it, but great to see her back and great to see her flying around the circuit as usual. But super close in our top 4. Still just less than a tenth now it is, as Liam Phillips has now gone even faster than Jerome. 7 thousandths between our top 2 at the moment, with a couple of new names out there on circuit as well. Well, Amina Sabrauskas rejoins us again from last round. Mario Lebetsos and Finley George and James Awad, I think, all 3 of those new names to the grid. So a big warm welcome to Rye House for those 3 drivers. Great to see them out there on circuit and really getting stuck in already. Jacob Barron jumps up ahead of Chloe Kunjarzik then for 3rd place. And I do believe Jacob is leading the championship in seniors. Just going to quickly double check that. Yes, he is. Jacob leading the championship ahead of Chloe. Bailey Waters in 3rd place. I don't think he is here today, sadly, as Bailey. No. So a straight fight, really, in the last 2 rounds for Jacob Barron and Chloe Kunjarzik. But look at that. William Smith out of nowhere. William Smith was down at the bottom end of the timing screens. Jumps up to pole position.
Absolutely great lap there. Almost a tenth clear of Liam Phillips there. Just what seems to be waiting for the correct time. As I saw a couple of minutes ago, the 115 managed to get onto the track. He's just entered the session, so maybe problems there on the dummy grid. But he looks like he's on the track at the moment, so that's good news for him. But now William Smith, 2.5 tenths clear of Liam Phillips now. He's waited and he's put in a very, very respectable lap time. These past few sessions, I've noticed that the fastest laps haven't necessarily come on the final lap or the penultimate lap. So maybe William Smith has bided his time, got the tyre pressures exactly spot on, and then gone for a fast one right to the death. 50 seconds to go though, and it looks like only driving the 34s. He just set another 34-second lap time. Only Liam Phillips joining him there, and that's 2 laps for William Smith that are good enough for pole position. And the other drivers are going to have a big job on their hands to try and best him.
Yeah, that is mightily impressive from William. Is it 2 laps in a row that both would have got pole position? Very, very impressive. Now, I remember, I knew William Smith had been here in the seniors before, but I couldn't remember when it was. It was back at round number 4, and William did win the final. Only just so, it was about half a second ahead of Joe Fox in that race. But I do believe, if my memory serves me correctly, that was the only time that we've seen him here. Oh no, he was at round number 5, according to my notes. Yes, he DNF'd in the final at round number 5. So William was here for rounds 4 and 5 so far this season. Wasn't at round 6, but is back for round number 7 and currently holding on to pole position. Checkered flag is out on circuit, and that's a tough gap to close. I think it's going to be a challenging one for Liam to do anything about. I think it is only Liam that we're waiting on to come around the final corner. Through he comes, down under the gantry. Can Liam Phillips steal away pole position? Final time of asking. No, he cannot. Sadly, can't improve on that last lap. A few tenths off of his personal best. And William Smith, on his return to the Rye House Kart Club, takes pole position in senior rotax. Liam Phillips will be alongside him on that front row, with Jerome Phillip and Jacob Barron on row 2, Chloe Kunjarzik and Mario Lebetsos on row 3, then Finley George, Armanas Zabrauskas and James Awad there, your 9 drivers in seniors. Well then, 177s out next for their qualifying session. Let's see how this one goes. As always, the 177s are always very exciting to watch, very exciting to commentate over. And let's see who can get to the sharp end of the grid. You can never really call it a 177, so we'll see how that goes. Also, just a little one to make sure you know of all the results that we're reading out up here from the commentary box. Very provisional, so make sure you head over to results.advertising.co.uk/RHKC for those finalised official results. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time as the 177s head out on circuit. 177's out then, your last qualifying session here for round number 7 of the Rye House Kart Club. Already, we have had someone take the lap record here in 177, so we're back on the old layout, back to old lap records. And Liam Ferguson joins us here for round 7 and immediately smashes that record. Fantastic stuff from Liam, a 35.390. He is only 4 thousandths quicker than second place. I say that, it's immediately beaten by Mr. Josh Bass. And as soon as I say that, it's beaten again by Liam Ferguson. Welcome back, Josh Bass. I've been missing Josh here from the Rye House Kart Club. Of course, that classic grandstand moment from the 2024 London Cup with Harry Taylor and Josh Bass battling on the last lap and crashing on said last lap. What a moment that was. Probably one they don't want to remember too much. But from my perspective in the commentary box, it was quality. Welcome back, Josh. Great to see you back here at Rye House. Great to see you straight back on the pace. Sadly, it doesn't look as though Jack Taylor has joined us today, as brother Harry has, though. Harry in that championship battle. He's currently there in 4th place. And another one of the drivers in the championship battle, of course, Mr. Malachi Morrison, currently sitting there in 6th place. But I have got to give a big shout out to Malachi. It was Malachi's 18th birthday yesterday. So a big happy birthday to Malachi. Let's see how he gets on here as we get to the sharp end of the season at the Rye House Kart Club. Another driver I always enjoyed chatting with and commentating over, Jason Newman, not having a great start to the day out there. He's gone out, immediately been given a mechanical flag, come back in. I think he's thought he sorted it, has gone back out and immediately got mechanical flag again, and he doesn't seem to be lapping anymore. So I think Jason might already be out of this session. Sadly for him, it's going to be a session to forget for Jason, and he's going to have to do a lot of fighting when we get into the heats later on. Back from 17th place in the 177s.
Yeah, I can just see now Jason's car is on the trolley and being wheeled away, so bad luck for him. Hopefully he can, maybe that might save his tyres for the first couple of heats. Maybe that will give him a slight advantage in his race. But a lot of ground to make up there, which is unfortunate for him. Overtaking through the S's, as you can see, drivers trying to battle to find some space on the track for the important last 90 seconds of this qualifying session for 177s. 0.025 separates Josh Bass and Liam Ferguson. Battling for the lap record. You can see the track is an absolute peak performance there, with multiple drivers absolutely smashing that lap record. So this is going to probably be some of the fastest times these drivers have ever done. So exciting news for them when they go back to their awnings and look on their Alfanos or Microns there. Well, you see a car off there after the hairpin being dragged away. Can't quite make out who that is.
It's Malachi Morrison.
That's Malachi Morrison there, just on the entry to the pylon. No yellow flags, I don't think. He's managed to get that safely off the track. So that's good news for the rest of the session. Every other driver now can battle for that pole position. Where there are flashing yellows, but he seems to be well off the racing line onto the grass. So I don't think that would be a problem whatsoever. Marshall there, just going to help him out there. 30 seconds to go. I'd be very, very surprised if we saw a change to the lead, to be honest. Everyone seems to have gone very, very hard, very, very early. And yeah, gone very hard, very early on the tiles. But still improvements going on. 0.18 separates the top 4 there. Now you've got a little bit of a gap down to David German there in P5, who's 0.3 of his very, very close in the midfield. Everyone looking like they have something to race. 0.9 separating the top 12 there. Very, very good and close action there. But I wonder, just because of the yellow flag there, just to the entry to pylon, is everyone having to back off? And I don't think we're going to get any more improvements whatsoever as the track quietens down as people are finishing. No improvements whatsoever. So yeah, it looks like a conclusion there. The 177s, everyone going around very slowly now. So the final few carts now coming over the line, but still no improvements whatsoever. So that concludes the 177s there. Liam Ferguson smashing the lap record there from Josh Bass and Oliver Smith there, just following up. Then you have Harry Taylor, David German for the top 5 there. But a new lap record this early in the day. Will the track get any quicker though? That's the question. Might see that in other classes to come.
Yeah, wow, that is impressive stuff. It was Ferguson and Bass trading lap records there, wasn't it? I do believe it's Liam Ferguson's first time down here at Rye House, at least in 2025. I couldn't quite spot him on my brief foray into the results from this year so far. So a big shout out to Liam Ferguson, straight here at Rye House, straight onto pole position and straight onto the lap record books as well. Well done to the number 165. Josh Bass, very close, but not quite able to grab the pole position. A quarter of a tenth of a second, as you mentioned, sir. Yeah, big one for the championship. Actually didn't end up being too big for Malachi there, ending off the session earlier than he would have liked. Ends up P6, directly behind his championship rider on the grid, Harry Taylor. Harry only able to grab P4, like you were saying. Yellow flags out there meant no one able to do any faster lap times. I think that has actually been able to nullify that somewhat for Malachi, which he'll be very, very happy about. But yeah, 27 points separating Malachi and Harry as we go into round number 7. All still very much to play for in the 177s. Some great championship battle going on. Great battles out the sharp end. Lovely to see loads of new faces. 177s quickly for me becoming one of the most exciting classes here at the Rye House Kart Club. But that is it for qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. All 5 sections are done and dusted. And we'll swiftly move on to the first round of heats then. We've got 5 heats coming your way before we go into about an hour's lunch break. So first off then will be the first heat of the day for Honda Cadets. First race about to get underway then. Honda Cadets heading out onto the circuit. Let's run you through the grid for heat number 1. Ronnie Jones and Jensen Kula line up alongside each other on the front row. Then it's Harry Search and Shaylin Strikanton on row 2. Oliver Ratton and Eric Grisbeck on row 3, with Jaden Bond and Mason O'Connor on row 4. Then Freddie Williams and Jensen Fathers on row 5, with Alexander Robertson and Oakley Schultz rounding out the 12 drivers on the grid here for Honda Cadets. Now, as usual with Hondas, we always expect them to sort of work together, and it's all a bit of a tactic play, isn't it, throughout the day, particularly when we know that those heats and the qualifying session earlier on all amalgamate together for the final starting positions later on today. My attention's been taken away by that sick airplane that's up in the sky heading over the circuit. Clearly they wanted the best vantage point here for the first race of the day here at round number 7. And that is massive. Jesus. Right, okay. Anyway, I'm going to take my attention off that because this race is about to begin then. Ronnie Jones and Jensen Kula, the showdown about to begin here for heat number 1. Of course, standing start here in the Hondas. Mr. Lord Farquhar, do you want to take us away for this first race?
Absolutely, lining up on the grid now. Very, very close in qualifying. This can only mean probably a very fantastic race. Be interesting to see if the drivers will actually work together or not. I'm not convinced they will. It's a very, very short heat, so we might see some cooperation with the drivers. But as the lights come on at Rye House, we're away from first race. It's a good start for the open. The 40 following through on the 16. It's going very, very busy through turn 1. So they're coming through now. Yes, the Oakley is in the lead there. The 40, 16 trying to go down the inside, knocking into the 40 there. It's pushed him wide a bit and he's gone through on him. It's a very good overtake. The 40 is still within. The 15 takes a very, very defensive line, but he's managed to get the switch back side by side, going down to Parliament Bend. But it looks like the 16 has got the run on him as the 40 tucks in behind. So, but very, very close racing, very, very fair racing on the first lap, which is exactly what you want to see. No driver throwing away their race on lap 1, which makes for a very, very good day. But coming across the line for the first lap, Ronnie Jones leads the way. Everyone just comes behind in the slipstream. I think it's going to be one of those races where everyone is nose to tail, as you see there. The 16 getting a very, very good run through the S's, but deciding not to try and go down inside of the overtake there. But you see 6 cars all tailing each other, just trying to sort of get a sniff at the person in front to try and go for that lead and try and make up some positions. But 3 groups forming in the first race so far. Everyone got someone to battle with. It's always a very, very good sign. But it's probably the time in the race where people just want to take it easy maybe a little bit and try and not throw it away, because there's a long way to go. 5 minutes to go.
Indeed, a good first couple of laps then in the Honda Cadets. Ronnie Jones leading away very well. It was a bit argy-bargy, wasn't it, on that first lap between Search and Kula. Kula muscling his way back through in second place, though. As you were saying, he had a very nice run through Regis Elbow. He usually does. Jensen really good off of Stadium Bend and down through Regis Elbow. Just needs to get himself a little bit closer to think about a move on Ronnie Jones. But immediately, Search back up onto that rear bumper of Jensen Kula, and these 3 looking to break away. Not able to do so at the moment, though. They've still got Oliver Ratton, Eric Grisbeck and Shaden Strikanton right with them, but here might be the move. Good exit off the final corner for Jensen Kula. Ronnie Jones knew that he was coming, held that inside line and holds on to the lead. Mentioning Shaylin Strikanton was the biggest move on the first lap. Sadly losing a couple of places. Late down the inside for Jensen Kula. He's gone for it on Ronnie Jones. Shuffles Jones out to the barrier. Round the outside tries Harry Search. He'll then go for the up and under off of hairpin 2. Will get the switch back, but can he hold it round the outside down into pylon? It's easier said than done, and he can't do it this time. But Jensen Kula is into the lead of the race.
Yes, a fantastic move there, and opportunistic from the 40 there. Just trying to get the run out of that second hairpin there, but couldn't quite manage it. But still no to 10. And as this lead group battles, it just brings so many more cars into the fight for the lead. And it's really anyone's race so far. As you see, the 16 of Jensen Kula is out in front, leading the 0 of Ronnie Jones there. So they go into the hairpin, all just trying to work together. But a bit of a slow run there from the Oakley. A little bit of bump drafting. Nothing malicious there, just trying to get ahead. As you see, Kart there, 45 getting a position there. I think that was Jaden Bond there, getting in front of the car in front of him. Just coming out of the second hairpin there. But you see, the top 3 carts is starting to build a little bit of a gap there as there's battling for 4th place. Coming over the line now, everyone's setting very, very similar lap times. Everyone's setting a 14.5 there. But maybe if they have a little look behind, they might think we should probably settle down for a few laps. But I doubt that very much. I'm sure everyone would rather be in the lead than not. As you see the 14th Harry Searcher putting his head down there, just trying to get a little bit of extra speed on the straight, a little bit of extra momentum. There's a sort of human DRS there. He's deploying the classic Honda Cadet move, every bit as momentum as they can. This engine class being the least capacitors we see in the field. But the top 3 are definitely breaking away here. It looks like Ronnie Jones has got a bit of a run. A little look behind there from Jensen Kula. Doesn't decide to defend though. It was very, very smart driving. If he defends full out for the inside, then he's going to lose a lot and lot of time. 23 and 15 look like they're going side by side now, coming out of the hairpin, bumping and barging on the exit. The 15's got the inside, so the 23 can get a switch back, which he does. Fantastic move there from the 23. Shane in there, fantastic move going into the pylon. But yeah, the top 3 all remaining as they are for the moment.
We split off into 3 groups of 3, haven't we, at the moment? Top 3 all together, 4th, 5th and 6th together, 7th, 8th and 9th together as well. Like you were saying, Strakanton, Ratton and Grisibek all battling well. Strakanton getting 2 places back on the last lap. It was Grisibek who had forced his way through a lap or so ago. Strakanton stealing it right back. Ratton did have the fastest lap very, very briefly. Has lost it now, and sadly, he doesn't lose a place. So Grisibek's the one that loses a place there. Up and under there goes Oliver Ratton back into the top 5. Top 3 still as they were, and it's now Ronnie Jones who has that fastest lap of the race. The O-Plate champion in Honda Cadet in 2025 on his return to Rye House. He's really having to bring the heat here as he can see how much the drivers he used to race a few months ago have improved here at the Rye House Kart Club. And they're really bringing it to him here in the first race of the day in Honda Cadets. Just less than a minute and a half left to go there. Jones checking over the shoulder. He's in that difficult position where he's got to be thinking with sort of 200% brain power. He's got to think of Jensen Kula ahead and how he can put a move on Jensen, but also making sure that he doesn't make a mistake. He doesn't give an opportunity to Harry Searcher behind him, who might sneak on by if he does just that then. These 3 working together really nicely. It's a bit more scrappy in that group behind still. Still Strakanton, Ratton and Grisibek battling for it. It does visibly anyway look as though Jaden Bond, Freddie Williams and Mason O'Connor are closing in on them also. And like you were mentioning earlier, lovely to see that there's battles all the way up and down the order. No matter where you are in your experience level, in your overall pace, you've got someone to battle with here at Rye House, which is great to see. Alexander Robertson and Oakley Schultz battling well for 11th place out there on circuit. As we come to the last few seconds of this, I think we'll just about sneak in 2 more laps after this one. But who's going to take the first one of the day home then? Looking more than likely it'll be Kula, Jones or Search. But which one of the 3? Is Ronnie Jones lining up a last lap move here? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, so going 2 laps to go now. Ronnie Jones has got fast lap. You saw just coming over that second hairpin, Ronnie Jones and Harry Search giving a little nod to each other, saying, work together. I think I've got the pace to try and get past the 16 of Jensen Kula. So we're going to see how that materialises there. Maybe Harry Search will try and go for a move on Ronnie Jones there, but seems like nose and tail, not a lot separating them whatsoever. Coming through the pylon, looks like Jensen Kula is going a lot more defensive than he once was, with Ronnie Jones trying to get to the outside line, just trying to cut back there, extend his exit the best he can, just to try and get that better exit. But we're onto the main straight now. We're coming for the final lap. Jensen Kula goes defensive to the inside. Harry Search right behind Ronnie Jones there, tucking in behind them. We're coming around the first corner. Looks like Harry Search probably has more of a chance of getting ahead of the open in front of him. They all seem very, very close together. Going to the hairpin for the last time. Bumping coming out the corner, that gives great momentum there to the O-plane. As he looks down inside, but there's no gap opening up there. He's not willing to risk it. But he gets an overlap coming out of the second hairpin, checks behind to see where Harry Search is, but he's not near enough to make a move. He's trying to set up Jensen Kula, but Jensen Kula's defended fantastically. No opportunities in the final corner, I don't think. So unless he can get a run to the line now, Jensen Kula coming across the line to take the first win of the day here, followed by Ronnie Jones and Harry Search. Great racing there, the Podium brothers. Fantastic to see. As a little nod of appreciation. Ronnie Jones and Harry Search just trying to take down Jameson Cooler, but the novice plate there taking the win. It's very, very good to see. And just like John said earlier, battles throughout the grid as we have the last couple karts coming across the start-finish line. And that's the great charm of cup racing. Everyone is so friendly to come and race each other at a similar pace. No matter how much experience you have, there will definitely be someone who you can race. So yeah, great to see for the first race, battles up and down the grid. And yeah, very, very exciting, I must say.
Yeah, some good racing there in the first race today here at round number 7. Honda Cadet's always exciting, but not too much help. We were a little bit elbows out in the first couple of laps. Of course, lovely move from Jensen Cooler to find his way to the front. But otherwise, elbows yet to be sharpened. Maybe we'll see that a little bit later on as we get into Heat 2 and the finals. And maybe a bit more nip and tuck between those three. We shall wait and see. Honda's all done and dusted, though. Of course, up next, our next heat of the day, our second heat so far. That'll be race number 8 in total for today. And it will be our Micro Maxes out on circuit in a couple of moments' time.
What do we do then?
See what happens. Right then, Micromax out on circuit. Heat number 1 about to get underway. Theo McLeish and Rio Pocock on that front row. These two were super close in qualifying. Let's see if they're just as close in racing conditions. Charlie Cale and Hugo Sena Echeverria on row 2 with James Carver, Oliver Maskell and Leyland Bradnam rounding out the 7-car grid. Of course, Sandy Leyland having some mechanical problems in qualifying. So your round 6 final champion will be starting at the back of the grid in this one, sadly, for him. Let's see what he can do battling through the order. Of course, for the Hondas, we were down on the grid for a standing start. Given no Bambinos here, though, today, that will be our only standing start for today. Micro Maxes kick off our first rolling start of round number 7. They look to the lights, foot to the floor, they see the green light, and we're racing here in Micro Maxes down towards Stadium Bend. And who gets the exit ahead? It will be Theo McLeish who leads us through. He's got a little bit of a poor exit. Good exit for Pocock. Sends him to the outside line down a hairpin 1 and closes off that first possible opportunity. But all drivers continuing on. Bradnam looks to have already made up a place into P6. Is that Charlie Cale trying to get involved with the leading squabble? Yes, it is. Pocock's all over the rear bumper of Theo McLeish. Down through pylon for the very first time in this one to the end of lap number 1. And they'll be about as they were off of the start then. Under the gantry they go, and it will be McLeish who leads us on to lap number 2 ahead of Pocock, Cale, Echeverria, Carver, Bradnam and Maskell. Your 7 drivers in this race. A little bit wide there off the Stadium Bend for Pocock. Carries good speed through, but that's not going to be an opportunity for him to make up moves. James Carver has a sniff at 4th place, but Echeverria just about able to cover it off for now anyway.
Yes, absolutely great racing there, especially through turn 1. Rio Pocock just trying to go to the outside of Theo McLeish, who was defending down the inside. But it looks like Theo McLeish does not want to give up the lead this early. He's defending quite a long way through the lap, which is allowing everyone behind him just to tuck up behind him. Oh, there's at least a save ball. Is it who shuts the door on him? Pocock there, no room down the inside at turn 1. Theo McLeish defending very, very hard, very, very fairly as well. Fantastic racing there between the pair of them. Checking behind all the time to see if Pocock can get past, but he can't. Taps in coming out the corner. Just a bit of momentum there, exchanging between the carts. But he gets an overlap coming into pylon. If he can try and hang it around the outside to go to the inside. Here we go, around the outside, bit of bumping and barging. And just gets shown the pod there right to the outside. Very, very, no room there between them. But all fair, and they continue as they are right behind each other. Every single car has a chance here. 15 dropping off a little bit though, but everyone is in a line together. So very, very good to see. Even though it's not the biggest grid, it's still very, very close racing. But 16 there, just going to the inside of the head, and they're just trying to defend, trying to show Pocock there's absolutely no chance of him going down the inside there. as he's just trying to make sure. But it looks like the top two cars, yeah, they're working together, as I just thought would happen there. Top two cars have actually made some ground on P3, who's defending there. So it looks like if the lead car, the 16, doesn't defend very hard, it looks like Pocock might try and go.
He's got a bit.
He's going onto the grass there. Can't see under the gantry. I don't know if he spun off there at all.
No, he's still.
No, he's still going. He's lost a whole heap of time though, but it's a pretty robust defence, I think, is the term there. But that leaves Pocock, hand up there, and I'm not surprised. Leaves him probably about half a second off of him now, probably out for the slipstream. But maybe him and the 17 might try and work together then to try and catch up. But very, very scary stuff there going to turn one, grass flying. Could have ended badly, but luckily it didn't.
Yeah, blimey, that was a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment. I think, I'm not sure if McLeish quite realised how far alongside Pocock was there when he shoved him off onto the grass. And as you just pointed out there, Mac, under investigation already is Theo McLeish. So I think that's a surprising one there. Hopefully, he just didn't quite realise how close Pocock was there. That was quite the sizable shove to the grass. Either way, thank goodness Pocock avoided the barriers, got it back on circuit, and somehow stayed in second place. Rear Pocock's pace has been brilliant in this race. He's been all over the back of Theo McLeish. And given that he's still right there, given that he's right on his rear bumper, I think that might have lit a bit of a fire on the rear Pocock here to try and prove that he can get past the 16 of Theo McLeish. This time he's sent to the outside line as they head down into Stadium Bend once more. Can't get it done, and McLeish just about stays ahead. Down into hairpin number one once more. McLeish sends him to the outside line, but squeezes Pocock right to the grass once again. I think McLeish, if he commits to that inside line, needs to give a cart's width on the outside. He keeps opening back up the steering and squeezing Pocock right out over that white line. I think he might be a bit... he's certainly flirting with the stewards here at the moment, is McLeish. He needs to be a little bit careful around these last couple of laps. We've still got 2.5 minutes left to go in this race. Let's see how it continues. Well, with McLeish defending on Pocock, that's brought Cale Echeverria and Carver all right back into this squabble. We saw a couple of laps ago that Pocock tried around the outside at Pylon. I can count on one hand how many times I've seen someone actually get the outside line done at Pylon. Didn't see it this time, but it was one of the closest ones for sure. Let's see if Pocock tries it again. But headline really is McLeish still in the lead of this race.
Yeah, it looks like McLeish is just trying to show that he's covering the inside, but he's not leaving a full car's width to the outside, which is completely fair to do, and just allows him to try and open up that corner as much as he can, just to try and get the best exit. So he's not fully defending, but he's trying to make Pocock make a decision and cut off whatever he thinks he's about to do. But going around the outside of the hairpin like that when there's not that much room is always going to result in probably a little bit of contact there. But I'm not convinced that McLeish is sort of able to see him there. His eyes are so deep into the apex. He wouldn't be considering if he's on the outside if he hasn't left the full cars width, which he hasn't done a few times before. But he's checking behind all the time now. Just needs to get his head down, drive his own race here, and defend when he thinks it's appropriate, which he should know from the taps that he's getting behind. But it's side by side now, going to the final corner, but Pocock just shuffled out once more, trying to go around the outside. It doesn't seem to be working for him so far. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts there, all battling for the lead, which is very, very good to see. Small grid, great racing. This is what we like to see. It's a 666 of Pocock, goes to the outside again. You see McLeish just covers off and cuts in front of Pocock as he sees there's no overlap, which is completely entitled to do, and something that I did in cadets quite a lot of the time, I must say.
You've got to be aggressive, haven't you, to win races out there, particularly when a grid is as strong as this one. Less than 30 seconds left to go. It's quite clear that Pocock has the overall pace here, at least in his first heat of the day, over McLeish, with the McLeish defending like he is. Pocock has the fastest lap, a 39.805, but he has now got a contact warning. He's trying it around the outside this time into Stadium Bend, and yet again it hasn't worked. He got a good exit. Can he get the inside line down to hairpin one? No, he can't. And again, it's covered off by Theo McLeish. McLeish doing a great job at defending here. course, had that one outlying moment down under the gantry a few laps ago, but since then he's been having a great bit of defensive prowess here to keep Pocock behind. Timer has hit 0. The next time under the gantry will be the final 950 metres of this session. Top 5, still absolutely nose to tail here. We've got McLeish, Pocock, Kale, Echeverria and Carver all nose to tail as we head on to the final lap of racing. Pocock has had about 1,000 chances to try and get past McLeish here, but hasn't been able to make it work. And yet again, down into the first hairpin. McLeish covers it off well. Pocock can't find a way through. Through hairpin 2, sends him to the outside line. We'll try the up and under. This is the closest he's been. Round the outside, McLeish can't get the exit. Can Pocock hold it at pylon? They go side by side. Pocock's got the lead on the final lap. He takes it away from Theo McLeish. McLeish has got one opportunity to grab it back and he can't get it. It's going to be Rio Pocock who takes the win in the first heat of the day here in Micromax. What a last lap manoeuvre. McLeish had been defending beautifully throughout that entire race, but just a bit of over defence there through hairpin 2 saw him lose the exit speed. Pocock read it beautifully, up and under, done and dusted, race win for the 666. Great battling there between Pocock and McLeish throughout the entire race, but Pocock just grabs it on the last lap. McLeish in second. Charlie Cale, a good race there to third. He kept Echeverria and Carver at bay there. They finished 4th and 5th respectively, with Layden Bradnam in 6th and Oscar Mascal rounding out the order. Well, that was a good bit of scrapping there right at the end of that one. We've got plenty more races yet to come though before the lunch break. Still 3 more left to come. Juniors around next. They're all there in the dummy grid getting ready to go. And I must say, it's getting rather warm here at Rye House. So even a 7-minute race in juniors is certainly going to get a sweat on. So drivers, I'm sure, very excited for it though. Right, they'll be heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. Ooh. Right then, getting through these races thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to go for Junior Rotax Heat number 1. I did offer for Max to do the grid, but he's decided against it. So I'll head through. I'll head through these. Right then, Anthony Parfit's on pole, Ayrton Wright alongside him on the front row. Jack Beasley and Samir Paul on row 2 with Tyler Mason Gray and Mikel Islam on row 3. Rex Ashley and Mario Smith on row 4. Leon Canellas and Luigi Perlini round out the top 10 on row 5. Then it's Harry Field and Mia Caruso on row 6. Ashton Baker and Amelie Johnston on row 7. Then Alex Cooper, Zuzana Mikolowska and Ronnie Chapman. Your 17 drivers in this race. Sadly, we might have lost one already though. Looks like a driver is peeling to a halt there down on the entrance to pylon. He's got his hand up in the air, so hopefully someone heads over to assist. And yeah, heading straight over now are the fantastic marshals here at Rye House. The driver's heading around really slowly through sector number 3, which is great. But sadly, I think they're probably going to have to go around again now, considering we've got a driver stopped. We'll double check who that is in a couple of moments.
It looks like there's another driver in the pits as well, trying to get out there, just trying to fix something on the car. But it looks like a driver stopped out there on track. I don't know, maybe if they're going around at slow speed, maybe an issue with the car, possibly with the fuel being sucked through the system. But as you see, now to start with it straight onto the first lap. They've started it straight away. They've got the car out of the way. Fantastic work by the marshals there. But it's side by side for the leaders now, coming through the S's. That's the 47, just goes to the inside, but 28 round the outside. Perfect there. Followed by the 128 just behind him there, made up many positions, and he goes for another one there.
Yeah, that's them. Yeah.
Fantastic move there. But 3 wide coming out there into pylon. which you can only go probably the best two right through that. So they've quite rightfully stopped that. And it's a spin there in the middle of the pack. Mikel there off, spun round. Quite nice to see that. The yellow flags on the track now, quiet. But then at the start now, the senior rotax. So 47 making quite a gap up to the front. I think everyone's just going to be trying to tuck it behind now, just try and make up a little bit of time. You see in these faster kart classes, larger gaps seem to open up as there's a bigger difference in speed between the karts. And as you start to fight, you're going to lose a lot more time with a faster kart. You've got to be very, very careful of overheating those tyres, especially on a very, very hot day. A very abrasive track, start for Rye House. That's just start finish line. Warning from 28 there. That must be the incident we saw coming through the final sector. There. But lots of bad blends here. The 227 going down the inside of the 78 at head one. Down the inside, shuffles him out. That leaves room for 46, but not quite through. And another move. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. The second hairpin, the
Championship contenders
on the 28th. Championship contenders, as John tells me there. So that's going to be very exciting, maybe, if this continues on throughout the race. But it looks like the car behind him, the 228, which is 6 quicker than the car in front of him there. But very, very close. But for sure, they're both going to be a little bit higher from the grid with what they are currently. So maybe might to set their personal championship battle to the side, just try and work together maybe.
Indeed, yeah, what a gutting shame for McKellis on the first couple of laps there. Like you mentioned, warning for Mason Gray would lead us to believe that that was the person who made contact with him there through sector number 3. It was a great start from Mason Gray, sending it down the outside at hairpin number 1, and loads of drivers did a really nice start. They just scuppered hairpin 2 a bit, getting in the side of McKellis. Leon Canellas with a lovely up and under, and then a bit of contact there through sector number 3. Steve McKell dropped to the back of the pack. But like we were saying there, the two championship rivals, Mason Gray and Ashley, nose to tail now in 6th and 7th place respectively. And we were talking about Rex going for the move on Mario Smith down at hairpin number 1. At the same time, Mason Gray was trying to do the same on Leon Canellas at hairpin number 1. Didn't quite get it done though. Got in the side of him. Canellas got a nice exit. And that allowed the Rex to rejoin onto the back of Mason Gray. Since then, Mason Gray's been putting in some good pace, starting to gap Ashley yet again. I mean, they're super close. It was 2/10 on the last lap that Grayson Gray has got back ahead of Ashley. The new fastest lap goes the way of Ayrton Rye, the first of your chasers for the race lead, still held by the pole sitter of Anthony Parfitt. And Jack Beasley right there with them as well. We know Beasley loves a cheeky move. Let's see if he gets involved here in the first heat, or whether he settles in and waits for the races later on today. Who's gone with them? Samir Paul. Great to see Samir down here at Rye House once again. And Samir only a few tenths off of that leading battle at the moment as we head on to lap number 7.
Looks like Parfitt there, just round the last sector, sliding the tyres. He had quite a lot of pace at the start of the race, but it seems to have dropped off a little bit. Maybe set up the car to try and get away on those opening few laps, which has worked so far for him. So he goes deep again to the head, and very, very quick exit though, so nicely done from him. So if you can try and just keep the car under control and not wear out the tyres too much, not put too much energy through them, then hopefully you can hang on for the rest of the races. There's action there at Pylon, side by side there. Going side by side through Pylon is necessarily the safest thing to do with 2.5 minutes left of the 13th junior rotax. But it looks like now, after a few mistakes, Parfitt has managed to get a bit of a gap going, so that's good news for him. He seems to bring the tyres back to where he wants them. He seems to be trying to pull away though. Top 4 karts there, the Parfitt, Ray, Beasley and Paul, all separated by 1 second, equal gaps between them of 2.5 tenths. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see who has a bit of pace at the end of this race. There's a wide moment there for Rye, 44 wheels there off the track. Not gaining at all whatsoever. 74 is broken down, it seems, in the middle. Let me just try and find out who that is there. Ashton Baker there, head in his hands. That's unfortunate for him. Hopefully he can get that car out for the second heat after the lunch break. So it's going to bring out. Don't think there's any yellow flags there, so the race can continue going into that. Okay, so side by side moments there. Part going through Pylon of Leon Canales there, making up some positions. Very good there through the hairpin. That seems to be a very, very popular overtaking move on the exit there. The driver goes defensive, the up and under can happen, or even just onto the brakes. Seems to be a very popular move. But contact rules of the 78 car, not doing quite see where that came from. There's no cars off the road at the moment, so I'm not sure that would be a penalty. So that's again with an advantage. You see the gaps in the top four starting to open up a little bit, closing up between the first and second, but sort of fourth place is dropping away a little bit, and the third place I think is as well. So it looks like Ray's going to be free to have a go here at Ashley Baffert. So we'll see now coming through the exits. Very, very similar gap. Even with Sitchin, Ray confident to get very, very near him to try and go for a move. With 2 laps to go after this one, it seems. But very, very close down the field as well, especially that 227, 128, 78, 46 there. In a similar battle between them as there is the leaders. With a lone kart there, Tyler Mason Gray sort of found a little world of his own there, just trying to hammer into that fight. But 27 it's closed up quite significantly there to the S and Ray. Jack Leeson seemed to have very, very good pace. That last lap, fastest lap in fact was 35.2. So you could see that gap visibly coming down by quite a lot there. So he's going to have a big, big chance these final couple of laps. As you see the 128 going defensive in the 78, did front through margin there, but then managed to go side by side 3-1 at one point. With the 128 down the inside there. Fair on the 78 gets past and there's 3 wide coming out of the hairpin there. The 200 car there, 227 of Rex Ashley just got shuffled out there completely. Lost about 4 or 5 positions maybe. And sort of hung out to dry, which can happen if the move's gone down the inside. Very, very late break, I believe, it pushes the outside. The 27 looking down the inside of the 118 isn't quite happening for him. And I will be very, very surprised that the change for the leads coming to the final bit of the race. Because you see the 128 trying to go round the outside of the 227 of Rex Ashley. Rex Ashley goes defensive. As you see, yeah, very, very defensive. Does not want that to happen to him again once it happened. But
he went up and over the back.
Up and over the back of him there. The Rex Ashley coming out the corner. But as we go, we've just finished the race now. Ashley Parfitt takes the lead there from Ayrton Rye. Jack Beasley in P3, Sandy Ford in P4. Tyler Mason Gray, you see Marcus Smith and Mickey Islam coming over in P7 and 8. Luigi Collini there in P8. Rex Ashley losing a bunch of positions on that penultimate lap, coming home in P9, followed by Leah Clares, Mia Caruso, and Emily Johnson there in P12. So we come and see Alex Cooper coming home in P13. And yeah, very, very close race.
You didn't want to pronounce that. Yeah, great racing juniors. It was pendulum was swinging back and forth there in the top 4, but no moves really made throughout that one. It was Jack getting dropped initially, then he had caught back up to Ayrton, but just wasn't able to make a move. It does get the fastest lap. Like you mentioned, big shout out to Mikkel Islam getting back to P7 in all of that. That was assisted there by that send from Leon Canellas. We thought he was going to get overtaken into hairpin 1, then suddenly had the best exit I've ever seen in my life and went for the move on Rex Ashley into hairpin 2. Was a little bit too much of a dive though, shuffled them both wide, and that really is going to hurt Rex Ashley in the championship there in terms of points, because he was for a lot of that race lapping in P6, 1 place behind his championship rival Tyler Mason Gray, but after all was said and done, dropped down into P9, so a few points lost there for Ashley. And I saw Canellas there shaking his head across the line, was racing really well, sadly just didn't quite end how maybe he wanted it to. But some good racing there in the junior rotax class as usual, and lovely to see as well. A bit more luck today so far for Ayrton Rye, which is great. Hope that continues on throughout today. Sadly not, though, for the 74 of Ashton Baker. He has his car pushed back to safety now. Was bashing the steering wheel in frustration, something clearly on that car, giving up the ghost, but hopefully we see him back out after the lunch break for heat number 2. Right then, 2 more of our first round of heat still left to come up. Next, it is our senior rotax class for their first heat of the day. Right then, seniors out onto the circuit then for their first heat of today's action. Let's try and get up the grid for this one then before they head round to start the race. William Smith and Liam Phillips on the front row. Then it's Jerome Phillip and Jacob Barron, Chloe Kunjarzik and Mario Lebetsos, followed by Finley George, Armenas Abrauskas and James Awad. They're your 9 drivers, I think it is in total. Getting ready to start this race. Like I said in qualifying, good to see a few new names, a few returning names. I think we're going around again though. Yes, we are. Chevron flag is on the gantry and we'll go round for another warm-up lap. Like you were saying, we're not sure whether it was 1 lap or 2 laps to warm up. It's usually pretty thick and fast here at Rye House. We crack straight on. But this time heading round for 2. We did see a driver. We weren't quite sure if the kart had an issue or whether they just spun out of the pits. That was the 21 of Finley George. Good to see Finley back down here once again at the Rye House Kart Club. I think maybe for the first time actually off the top of my skull. Where are we then? So yeah, Jacob Barron and Chloe Kunjarzik, the ones to watch for the championship out there so far today. Of course, only 2 more rounds of said championship left to go. So, of course, we're watching for the battle for the lead, but always keeping an eye on Jacob and Chloe as well. Hopefully ready for the race start then. Second time of asking. Drivers heading around the final corner, 2 by 2, down towards the lights. Do they go green this time? Yes, they do. We fly down in towards Stadium Bend. And who's leading on the exit then? I don't think it is your pole sitter. William Smith, I think, has been overtaken here. 31 dives on through. That is Liam Phillips through into the lead of the race immediately. Lay down the inside there. That hairpin number 1, that was close. Nearly straight into the side there was the 17 of Armenas Abrauskas. And a bit more contact there through hairpin number 2. That was James Howard into the side. Oh, sorry, Vinnie George into the side of James Howard. I think James through, though, gaining a place up into 7. Great start then, though, from Liam Phillips. He immediately gets through on William Smith. But Smith with some great pace, straight back onto the rear bumper and looking to make an attack, but no, cart's giving up the ghost. Front right is broken. Front right is off. Now, was that contact with the barrier? Was that contact with the cart ahead? Either way, Smith is out of the race.
Yeah, it looks like the stub axle did come off of that car as he was exiting the S's. Slowed down immediately as the tyre does not rotate the way it wanted to there, going end over end almost. But yeah, it didn't look like the tyre actually fell off. It looks like it was the steering which did not do as intended there. There's no one like showing it. This leads Liam Phillips there with a big lead, 8 tenths after only a couple of laps over Jerome Phillip. Chloe Kuntash there in P3. It's the podium positions because of that retirement there. There's going to be, yeah, the yellow flags have gone out there. Very good work by the marshals there, just tucking that car behind the barrier. As we see big gaps opening up in this race. 31 of Liam Phillips. Looks like he's extending that gap over Jerome Phillip, even though he's got a very big gap to begin with. Only after a few laps there. To see battling now coming down the main straight. 52 there. Baran and James Ward, they've exchanged positions that last lap. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens there between the 52s. Looking to be down inside, can't get out of it. Fox too much there, coming out less. There's a bit of a slide there. That looks like that is our closest battle on the track there between James and Jacob there. Going through the Highland Bend, all the carts, very, very tidy. Senior rotax probably a little bit more mature than a lot of the other classes, so just taking it easy in the beginning laps, being a little bit more tactical, I should say, and just trying to figure out the race lap by lap. There's a fastest up there from Chloe Kuntash for 35.1, very good lap time there, but only fractionally quicker than the 2 carts in front of her. So that would be, yeah, she's going to need to gain a little bit more than that to close up, but long time to go in the race, so no doubt that gap may increase ever more. But the car's just trying to spread out a little bit. Again, not too much happening on the track. Not too much happening there at all.
Yeah, just settling into it, aren't we, in this one? Of course, Will Smith was hounding at the rear end of Liam Phillips in the opening couple of laps, but sadly ended not how we wanted to see there for the number 69. Is there ever a case where that can just like shake itself free, or was that definitely contact with the barriers that would have caused something like that?
It's going to be very hard to tell from here, but from the barrier is probably the most likely suggestion there. Or maybe there was something wrong with the setup as the car went out, but I doubt it would come off in that way because nothing would have changed from qualifying. So yeah, maybe just contact with the barrier there, but it went very, very close to the first couple of corners. Unfortunately, right under the gantry from where we're sitting, so we could not make out what happened there. So hopefully we might be able to find out a little bit later. You see the 31 of Liam Phillips there with Jerome Phillips, fastest lap of the race, 35.0, bringing the lap times down once again, but still only less than a tenth quicker than Liam Phillips that last lap. So positions 2 and 3 are going to have to make up a lot more time there to try and close the gap significantly. The 10th lap isn't really going to do too much when you've only got a fraction of the race to go. So it looks like 28 and 115, there's nose to tail coming through first corner there. Wide moment left to the 115, allows the 28 to look to the inside, not laying up the brakes, thinks better off there. Goes, just tucks it behind. Doesn't need to make a banzai move at the moment, 2.5 minutes to go. That wouldn't be very smart at all, and very, very smart driving there in the 28 just to try and stop any risky moves, which is very, very good of him. I'm not sure I'd necessarily be that patient myself, but that's why he's driving. I'm not currently. Coming across the line, Jerome Phillips there, fast lap again. He's clearly listened because he's gone 2 tenths quicker than Liam Phillips that last lap. He's closing in significantly, it seems now. Both pulling away from Chloe there, number 14 and P3. But Jerome and Liam look like there might be a bit of a grand slam finish here, going through Parliament Bend, but everyone else behaving themselves, going very, very clean in this race, which is very, very good to see. But not too much happening, so we're going to have to try and keep an eye on the time tower to see if there's any more gates. They come across the start finish line. Another 10.5 Jerome Phillips has taken out of Liam. Jerome Phillips takes a 10.5 out of Liam Phillips that last lap. Just closing up all the time now with 1 minute 30 to go, 4 laps to go, if my calculations are correct. Closing up all the time. But this could get 14 could get a chance here if they battle hard enough. If they battle hard enough these last few laps, but it relies on Jerome catching up to Liam here, which he looks to have done here. Massive gains on that last lap, another 2 tenths, and a fastest lap of a 35.0. He's giving himself the best possible time to try and get ahead of Phillips these last couple of laps. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here.
Jerome is absolutely flying, isn't he? This is fantastic from Jerome Phillips. We started off this one with him nearly a second behind your race leader, and now he's almost right up to the rear bumper of Liam Phillips. Very impressive from Jerome. But of course, as Murray Walker, as you say, it's one thing catching them, it's a whole other thing passing them. So let's see what Jerome can do here over the last couple of laps. 30 seconds left to go as they cross under the gantry. I think it will be 2 more laps of this race then. Jerome has been setting purple lap after purple lap here around at Rye House. We saw one grabbed by Chloe Kundusik about 6-7 laps ago. And after that, it's just been Jerome in terms of fastest lap here. And like you mentioned, though, nothing to take away from Liam Phillips. His pace has been fantastic. And a couple of laps here and there, gaining a bit back from Jerome. But then again, Jerome has set another purple lap. And immediately that gap closes once more. Right there, round the final corner we go. On to the last lap of this race. Jerome only has a few more opportunities here to steal away the first win of the day in seniors. He's super close. Down into hairpin number 1, but doesn't feel like he's quite close enough to get that inside line away. Through hairpin 2 they go, and defending crucially from Liam Phillips. Up and under a 10 for Jerome, but he can't get the power down, can't get enough alongside, and holds on to the lead as Liam Phillips. Only a couple more corners to go. And senior rotax heat number 1 will indeed go to Liam Phillips. Under the gantry they go. The 31 team, the checkered flag first, and just about keeps Jerome Phillips behind him. Good race for Chloe in terms of the championship battle there. Chloe in 3rd place with James the one ahead. Good race of James there in the back of the grid to 4th place. Mario Lebetsos in 5th. Jacob Barron, championship rival there with Chloe, leads the championship going into today. They're in 6th place. He'll be frustrated with that one, but still some good points on the board nonetheless. Finley George in 7th. Armin Sabrauskas and William Smith round out the order, of course. Gutting for William there. Definitely one of the contenders for the race win in heat number 1. Hopefully all can be fixed and we'll see him back out in heat number 2 later on. We'll definitely be back to winning ways, I'm sure, later on today. But that's certainly going to be a frustrating one. Only about a lap completed and out of the race pretty much immediately. Right then, seniors done and dusted. Only one more race to go before we go to the lunch break, which I always say, oh, it's the morning session and the afternoon session, but the morning session always ends up running like an hour into the afternoon. But it won't today. We will get the morning sessions done in the morning. I do think we'll still only have a 1 hour set lunch break, but if I hear any more information, I'll be sure to let you know. Right then, as we clear the number 69, from the circuit, in a couple of moments' time, we'll be getting ready for the first heat of the day in 177s. It is oh so close throughout the order in 177s. Let's see how the racing gets on as we get it kicked off in a couple of moments' time. Right then, on to our 177s. Let's have a look at the grid then for your last heat of the first round of races here today at round number 7. Liam Ferguson and Josh Bass are on the front row of the grid for this one. Oliver Smith and Harry Taylor on row 2. David Gurman and Malachi Morrison on row 3, Bill Boyer and Sam Yaxley on row 4. Then it's Jake Bradfield and Jason Newman, Jordan Tolley and Richard Allison, Simon Bradfield and Drew Lamas, Naresh Mazionis, Paul Hibbard and Daniel Clark rounding out the order. 17 karts out in the 177s. Fantastic to see so many 177s out there on circuit here at Rye House. I think it's quickly becoming a favourite for the 177s. Let's see how we go for racing action. Green lights are on and we're racing down towards Stadium Bend then. Who's going to get out ahead? Will it be Ferguson or Bass? It is Ferguson. Bass drops back to 3rd place. Morrison getting forced out wide there off Stadium Bend. That's going to shuffle him out. He's going to lose a few places. That's quite a lot actually. He goes too late on the brakes into hairpin 1 and loses more positions. This is a nightmare for Malachi Morrison as he's still in the championship hunt with Harry Taylor, but Taylor is way further up the order than Morrison at the moment. He's got a lot to do in the rest of this race. Freshly 18 is Malachi, had his birthday only yesterday, but sadly, birthday luck not coming in just quite yet. In the lap number 1 then, it was Oliver Smith that got past Josh Bass, David German and Bill Boyer both through on Harry Taylor, so at least that's some consolidation for Malachi Morrison that Harry Taylor also was losing places on lap number 1. It was 2 lost for Taylor. It was 7 places lost for Malachi Morrison on lap number 1. Less than ideal for Malachi, of course. His kart gave up the ghost in qualifying. Maybe he's still carrying a bit of a wounded kart from that qualifying session. Very much still on to play for though. Josh Bass tucking down his head there. Across the line they go, looking to chase down Oliver Smith at the moment. Can he set up a move into hairpin number 1? Yes, he can. Cheeky move down the inside for Josh Bass. He loves that move at hairpin number 1. He's got it done. Up to 2nd place he goes.
Yeah, it's a very, very good move there from Josh Bass. Very, very good indeed. Very clean as well. It looked like Oliver Smith saw it coming and thought, let's not fight too hard. will try and go for P1 rather than settling for P2 at the moment, or battling for P2, I should say. As Liam Ferguson's opened up quite a big gap there. Comes across this pass up at 35.5, 3 steps quicker than George Bass because of that overtake. I can only imagine. But just like we saw in the last race, we had one car out there leading from the beginning, opening up a bit of a gap. Maybe he set his car up to try and lead quick at the start. Liam Ferguson there starting on pole, so that would make sense to try and get a gap in clean air. So we're going to have to see how that one unfolds throughout the race. But fastest lap there, 1 second gap between them. Looks like it's probably staying the same for this lap, with the two drivers there behind him, 33 with a slip of fast, just trying to work together now. Not trying to think too crazy at the moment, just trying to stick behind him and just trying to push him on. But it looks like from he's got a little bit more pace on the slip at the moment. It's David German goes ahead of Harry Taylor now. Well, we saw head of all the statistics saying on the live timings, but I don't think that is the case. Throughout the field though, sort of constant carts there. People kind of keep it quite tame at the moment, I think. And I think that's the only sensible thing to do at the moment. There's not a lot of change in this gap. Not a lot of pace. Four carts from the starting from then 14, leaving that train just sitting behind there. Just racing his own race at the moment. And 14 there. The 95 looks like it's very, very close behind us. The closest battle that we have on track currently, the 197 and the 19 sitting behind. I would not be surprised at all to see the car that's just behind the 14 there go for a move. So it'll be interesting to see if the 14 with Bill Bauer does defend from Jake Bradfield there, but I'm not entirely sure he'd be wanting to do that with 3.5 minutes to go. But they are bunching up quite a bit there. The 197, Sam Yaxley has caught up significantly there. It's now a 4-car train there. As yes, the 95 did actually get ahead of the 14, according to the timing tower there. Very good move. But the 197 now very much behind the 14, just pushing him through hairpin 2. So it looks like the 14 is using a bit of pace there. It won't be ideal in this middle phase of the race. Hopefully, we can get the car back to where he wants it for the last push. But the gap, head down there for P2, Josh Bass, who's actually the fastest enough of the race, he's actually reduced that gap to 0.6 from 1 second only at the lap to go. So just like I thought, the 165 comparatively to Josh Bass is swelling up a little bit there. Not enough at the moment, but as we saw in the last race, it comes down all the way to the final lap. See the 14 still defending from the 197. Sam Yaxley. They're just trying to find gaps, just to try and open up the corner, just trying to get the better exit of the car in front of them. But it's a very, very tight track here, so there is usually only one line. And if you come off that line to defend, you are going to lose a whole heap of time. So very, very smart there from Phil Bauer, just to try and make sure that that doesn't happen. As you see, the 19, the strawberry cart there, the Tony cart. Nice there of Jason Newman has actually caught that gap. And the spin there. Who's that? Can't quite see my position at the moment. And he pulls on the 5-4-3 of Drew Lammers. And he's actually stopped on the exit, so maybe a problem with the car causing that spin, or was there contact?
He hit the barrier on the inside of the corner there. Was trying to sneak up the inside of another couple of drivers. That was battling with Malachi Morrison and Jordan Tolley. It was Malachi got both of them. Then Tolley was holding the line. It was a cheeky dive down the inside for Drew. Didn't quite work. Hit the barrier on the inside. I'm glad to see he's all okay, but that's gutting for Drew. One of our biggest movers in the race, to be fair. I think he gained 3 places off of the start so far. So well done to Drew, just sadly not ending the way he would have hoped. But like you were pointing out there, I thought that Josh Bass might catch up to Liam Ferguson on the last lap. Well, he's done it way before the last lap. He is cooking out there, is Josh Bass, pressing on well and now pressuring for the lead in this race. It's not too far back to Oliver Smith in third as well. If there's a bit of a ding-dong battle here between our top two, Oliver Smith could be straight back on the scene here in the battle for the lead. Like I was mentioning though, Malachi did make up a couple of places battling there with Tolley and Lama. So Malachi's back into the top 10, trying to gain some points back for that championship charge. Harry Taylor, though, right on the rear bumper of David German at the moment. Let's see if Harry can steal away a position over the last couple of minutes of this one. He is fully locked in onto the rear bumper of David German as they head down the straight. He's got it. Lovely, cheeky manoeuvre there up at Stadium Bend. Harry Taylor gets into 4th place. Beautiful move from Harry. Gets more points in the championship. Well done, Harry Taylor. More moves down a hairpin. Number 1, that's Bill Bowyer losing a couple more positions. Who slipped through there? Sam Yaxley and Jason Newman as well. Opportunistic from Jason Newman, following him through right at the apex. Right then, onto the last lap we go. Ferguson leads Bass onto the last 950 metres of this race. Will it end up like that though? Can Ferguson hold on here? We know he loves to move ahead, but number 1, will he go for it? No, Josh Bass doesn't feel he's quite close enough this time. Has to settle back in behind. Tries the up and under on the exit of hairpin number 2, but no, doesn't work again, sadly. For Josh Bass, I think that's realistically going to be opportunities out, but no, down the inside, late on the brakes, down the pylon. What a move from Josh Bass. He's nicked it on the last lap as Josh Bass, and he wins heat number 1. Fantastic racing from Josh Bass. It was cheeky to grab 2nd place, but it was even cheekier for the lead. That's why I miss commentating over Josh Bass here at Rye House. Fantastic racing. And he takes the heat number 1 victory. So Josh Bass wins it then ahead of Liam Ferguson and Oliver Smith. Harry Taylor, some good points there in 4th place, and will snatch a number of points away from Malachi Morrison. David German there in 5th, followed by Jake Bradfield, Sam Yaxley, Jason Newman, Bill Bowyer, and Malachi Morrison, the top 10. Then Jordan Tolley, Simon Bradfield, Rich Harrison, Paul Hibbard, and Nauris Mazionis finishes the last of your runners. Sadly, we lost both Drew Lamas and Daniel Clark from that race. But yet again, a typical 177 race there. Really, really exciting. But really, really thoughtful racing, really respectful racing. And I always love commentating over the 177s here at Rye House. But that brings us to a close then. We've done all 5 qualifying sessions. We've done all 5 heat number 1s. I think we've seen some really good racing so far today. Mr. Lord Farquhar, how have you enjoyed this morning's action so far?
My first time at Rye House, I'm very, very impressed from what I've seen. Not too many incidents at all. I think 1 spin there in the junior rotax, but that's about it. A fantastic move at pylon. I was looking at the monitor. I thought the race was all done. Straight down the inside. A fantastic move late on the brakes. You shouldn't rule out Josh Bass, because that was an absolutely fantastic move, I must say. And just catching all the race and getting his head down, just really working hard to try and catch the leader, which isn't necessarily as easy as it looked to do. It's a very, very hard thing just to pump in those consistent laps. Fastest lap of the race there from him by almost a 1/10 there from Liam Ferguson. But very, very good to see the 177. It's a very friendly class, I think, of racing. A lot of the drivers know each other, so yeah, very, very good to watch.
Yes, it was, yeah. Cheeky is always the word I use to describe Josh Bass's racing. He's done it again there in heat number 1. Let's see how they continue on later on this afternoon for the next round of heats and, of course, the finals as well. I do believe it will be about an hour's lunch break to come here, ladies and gentlemen. So rejoin us at about 1:45 for more action. Like we say, we'll see all of the classes out again for their second round of heats and the finals still left to come. And we'll see you then in about an hour's time. Enjoy your lunch break. Get some liquids on board as well, because it is pretty warm out there today around the Rye House Kart Raceway. I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed the action so far, and we'll see you in about an hour's time. And welcome back to the Rye House Kart Raceway. Thank you for sticking around with us and joining us for the afternoon's action. Then we've got 5 more heats left to come, and then on to the all-important finals later on this afternoon. Once again, my name is John Ratcliffe. I've got Mr. McFarquhar in the box with me still. I'm going to be guiding you through this afternoon's running. We kick it off with heat number 2 in our Honda Cadet class. Let's run you through the grid for this one as they head on round to their starting positions. It is Ronnie Jones once again in pole position. Identical points to Jensen Kuhler, of course. Quali pole went to Ronnie Jones, but race 1 win went to Jensen Kuhler. They're split on the grid only by their fastest lap. Harry Search and Shaylen Striganton are on row 2, with Oliver Ratton and Eric Grisbeck on row 3. Jaden Bond and Mason O'Connor on row 4 with Freddie Williams, Jensen Fathers and Alexander Robertson. And Oakley Schultz rounds out the order. 12 karts in total here in Honda Cadet. Looking forward to another good round of racing. All the races in the morning's action around, heat number 1 was fantastic. Let's see if it continues here for the second round of heats. Jones lost the win from pole in race 1. He'll be trying to do exactly the opposite of that here in race number 2. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Jones, but a poor start from Kuhler. He loses second place to Harry Search, but does just about manage to slot there into third place. Harry Search sort of half attacking, half defending there into hairpin number 1 to make sure that he keeps Kuhler behind. He's got a nice exit there from the first hairpin. And through into the second hairpin they go still as they were. Eric Grisbeck looking to put a bit of pressure on as they head on down to the end of lap number 1. Then Striganton right involved there as well. So is Oliver Ratton getting his elbows out. End of lap number 1 though. Still Jones now leading from Search. Then Kuhler, Ratton, Bond made the move on Striganton up to 5th place. Fathers making up 2. Good moves from Jensen Fathers up into P8. No moves this time down to hairpin number 1. It was sadly Freddie Williams, the one who lost down on that first lap. Down 3 places into 11th. He's looking to try and find his way back through, though, has already got back past Alexander Robertson for 10th place. But all starting to settle in already here in the second heat of the day in Honda Cadets.
If I remember correctly, the last race, Jensen Kuhler started the race in P3 and made an absolutely fantastic charge to the field, passing 2 karts. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see if he can replicate that in the second heat of the day. But coming across the start-finish line, we have Ronnie Jones with the fastest lap of the race, followed very nose-to-tail Harry Search and Jensen Kuhler. Just like the previous race, they all seem to be pushing each other, with the 22 of Oliver Ratton trying to latch on to the back of them as well. But you see the 40 kart just pushing with the overplate of Ronnie Jones. Very smart racing at the moment, and it's a long way to go. And especially in these Honda Cadets that don't have that very much power, the slipstream is very, very important. So if the 2 drivers can work together, then that will definitely help their races. We're looking back through the pack. It looks like it's sort of spreading out and bunching up at the lead of the race. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more karts be involved with this fight for the lead, currently headed by Ronnie Jones. So the 40 kart pushes the overplate into the corner and looks around the outside, but it's going to tuck back in defensively inside. As Jensen Kuhler is right there as he gets an overlap coming out the corner, but just not enough momentum on that tighter line. Didn't let the kart run out as much as he could have done. Just tucks back in behind. But no heroic so far. It's a wide moment there for a leader, losing a little bit of time there coming out of Pilot Bend to come across the start-finish line. 3 karts practically pushing each other. Harry, on identical lap times there between Ronnie Jones and Harry Search. It just shows how close they are together, just constantly pushing each other. It must be because they're pushing over the start-finish line on consecutive laps. And I wonder when Harry Search will pull the trigger and try and get in front of Ronnie Jones. I'm not sure he wants to do it yet, because if he goes for a move and it doesn't work out, then Jensen Kuhler's always there to try and capitalise from any sort of contact or any sort of wide lines momentum.
Indeed, yeah, it's been good pace between all our 3 leaders. Search has had a good run down into hairpin number 1, pretty much every single lap. Since the start of this race, he just has decided to not pull the trigger just yet. And just like you said last lap, once again, identical lap times between our two leaders. This time it's the fastest lap of the race for both Search and Jones. Of course, Jones just about did it first, so he grabs the fastest lap in this one. Kula just trying to hang on the back at the moment. But really, when is Harry Search going to go for this one? He seems like he might just have some overall pace over Ronnie Jones. But if he does get past, I might just swing back the other way, being in that nice slipstream. Mason O'Connor is under investigation, though. In ninth place at the moment is the number 12, but clearly he's done something that we've not spotted, that the marshals out there have. So he's under investigation. Yeah, like you said, potentially a jump start. I think that probably would have come through a bit earlier if it was a jump start, though. So we'll wait and see either way. Make sure you head over to the results page on Alpha Timing to double check those finalised results at the end of the race. But all as it was then, currently in a bit of no man's land is Oliver Ratton. He's having a good race in this second heat of the day. And just behind them, Jaden Bond clearing off from Shaylan Trecanton and Eric Grusevec as well. Round the final corner come our leaders. Still as they were, still nose to tail. And still the question of when will Harry Search decide to go for this one?
Very, very close there. The lead cars, nothing changing as of yet. They're taking this race quite differently to how they did last time, as I remember they were fighting a little bit earlier than they are this time around. So maybe just trying to conserve something from the final, maybe not trying to throw anything away as they want to get as good positions as they can. There's see a little bit of an overlap coming into Isle of Bend, but I'm sure Harry Search is going to tuck in behind him, which he does. As we saw that very good move into Isle of Bend earlier in the day, it can be done. It absolutely can be done. So don't rule off moves into there, especially on the final lap. They're pushing over the start finish line again. Fast lap for Jensen Kula, though, he is catching up very much so on Harry Search as he's looking down the inside, but he doesn't decide to go for it. Bit of a wide moment there. There's a bit of an overlap coming out the corner, but everyone's just keeping the same momentum, just pushing each other still, not losing any time as they pull away from the 22 of Oliver Ratton in P4. So as we come now, we're going to be having 2 more laps, I believe, after this one to decide the end of the race. And Jensen Kula in P3 is going to have to try and make some moves here because he's running out of time. He's going to have to make a move on consecutive laps to have a shot at the win here. It looks like Harry Search might try and have a go on the O-play, but he doesn't decide to into the head and one there. Still just pushing him out here. No one's defending yet. He's leaving it all the way to the final lap, it seems, to try and get past, which seems risky, but if he can pull it off, it'll be absolutely sensational if he can.
Indeed, we'll have to wait and see. I'm not too sure why Harry isn't going for this. I've even said you've been so close every single lap down into the first hairpin, but just hasn't decided to pull the trigger. Let's wait and see if he does over these last couple of laps, then on to the penultimate lap of the race with about 10 seconds left to go on the clock. I'd mentioned as well that Jaden Bond was getting away from Trecanton and Grusevec, but no, got reeled back in, and now Shaylan Trecanton is through up into the top 5, and Eric Grusevec has gone through now as well, up at Stadium Bend. So Eric moves his way through up into 6th place. Trecanton off as well there in 5th. It was Jaden Bond trying to fight his way back through on the exit of hairpin number 1 there. Couldn't, however, have a re-attack there on Eric. And Grusevec finds a way through, holds on to 6th place then. Top 3 still as they were, still nose to tail. Ratton's there in a bit of no man's land, but very much dropping away from those leaders lap on lap. It's now about 2.5 seconds between himself and Ronnie Jones in the lead of this race. Jones is defending. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. On to the last lap of the race here. Will there be a final lap attack here from your 2nd place runner of Harry Search? Can't get alongside down into hairpin number 2. Trying the up and under, but again, can't get it up alongside on the exit. Will have to slot back in behind. Through pylon they go and into Complex Nouvelle. No opportunities arising for our top 3. Ronnie Jones will lead us through the final corner, and Ronnie Jones will take a textbook win here at Rye House. So through to the line they go, and it will be Ronnie Jones that sees the checkered flag first. Jensen Kula just about nicks the fastest lap, but look at that, Kula a 40.340, then both Jones and Search with a 40.346. So fastest laps within 6 thousandths of each other between our top 3. And often we say, of course, being nice and close on pace will produce good racing. They might actually be too close on pace, and it just means that none of them can really go for the overtakes. They don't quite have the overspeed. They can't quite get the runs through to make the move stick. But we'll wait for the final and see how that continues there. Top three then, Jones, Search and Cooler, followed by Ratton, Bond, Griswold, Canton, O'Connor, Williams, Fathers, Robertson and Schultz there. Good to see all 12 drivers making it to the checkered flag. Right, up next then, it's our Micro Max class there. Heat 2 is heading up in a moment's time. Right then, on to the next one. Micro Max is heading out onto the circuit for their second race of today. Let's look at the grid then. Rio Pocock is on pole position with Theo McLeish alongside him. Charlie Cale and Hugo Sena Echeverria on row number 2 with James Carver, Oscar Maskell and Leyland Brandon rounding out the grid of 7 karts. Of course, Pocock and McLeish had, shall we say, a rather feisty heat number 1 with Pocock nearly getting chucked in the barrier. Hopefully more exciting and aggressive racing, but let's try and keep it on the black stuff for this one. Do you want to lead us to the start in this one, mate?
Absolutely. It was a fantastic race last time. Final lap overtake, just a switchback manoeuvre, and hopefully we can hope for the same again. Very, very close grid once more as they come around the final corner. Ready to start the race nice and slow. Very, very clean start, it looks like. But they're going round again. So not actually as clean start as I thought it'd be. Going round once more. Yeah, racing, it looks like to the, probably need to slow down a little bit there. Yeah, going around once more. Not too sure what that was because of, but to get going the second time very cleanly. I was going to comment that the first time this class had the race today in the first heat, they were very, very slow around the final sector and did a very, very clean start, showing the older classes how to do it, but not this time around. So we're going to have to wait for them to come around the final sector. It's a bit bunching there. I'm not too sure what's going on there. Maybe just trying to warm the tyres, get a little bit of turning going. They're not going to do much at that speed at all. So it's coming around the final corner. Rio Pocock starting in the lead from Theo McLeish. See what they can do here. And that was the order in which they finished last race as well. So maybe McLeish wants to try and get in front at the start like he did last time. Do you see now coming down the start-finish line? Are we going to get away with the lead? We have this time Pocock on the inside at turn 1. Can he hold it this time? He can. A kart all the way around the outside there. A very good move. Sliding out wide. That was the number 55 into the hairpin. Not too much happening there. Everyone line stern, actually. No overtakes on the first lap as of yet into the hairpin. Going through pylon. Oh, it seems to be something hanging off the car. It seems like a chain guard hanging off. So that definitely seems like a cause for a mechanical flag there. We'll have to wait and see about that one. Yeah, it's on the 12th car of Charlie Cale. He seems to have a loose chain guard there hanging off. I think if that falls on, or if it's just hanging off like that, that
was rubbing the tyre.
Going to be illegal.
Yeah.
At some point. So something to look out for there. So that's going to leave the 2 leaders of Rio Pocock and Theo McLeish to sort of have their own battle, just like last race. If the third place driver had technical defects, as I see on the digi flag now, meatball flag, so he's going to have to come in and get that fixed. Hopefully he can get back out again, but he's going to be quite a long way behind.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Charlie. Charlie in the championship fight, of course. And that's going to be a few points lost in this second heat today here at round 7. That is gutting for him. Maybe having a bit of a knock on the first couple of corners that we can't quite see from the comms box, or maybe simply just a bit of a mechanical issue there. Has he just popped it? Oh, no, there it goes. There it goes. It's off there on the exit of hairpin number 1. And sadly, he's definitely going to have to come in the pits now for Charlie as we clear that bit of debris up from the circuit. Yeah, that's gutting for him. But like you say, it's going to drop him out of the race. That's going to drop him away from the top 2 squabble, and that's going to put a bit of fresh air between Theo McLeish, Rhea Pocock, and the rest of the drivers behind them. James Carver, that's worked for him quite well, though, up into 3rd place. Another one of our drivers challenging at the sharp end of the order in terms of championship proceedings in this one. We'll be looking to put a few more points under his belt. Right then, gloves might be coming up again in this battle for the lead. This time it's Pocock ahead of McLeish, though. We saw how fantastic McLeish was at defending throughout heat number 1. Well, it's his turn to attack this time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how he cracks on with this one. Luckily for him, he's got no one to worry about behind him. He can simply keep all eyes ahead, full focus on that rear bumper of Rhea Pocock. On to lap number 4 we go. And when will we see the attack emerge? Still got 4.5 minutes, so plenty of time for him to do something.
Absolutely. It seems like a complete role reversal from the first race here, with Rhea Pocock seems to going more defensive, because if you remember last time, Tim McLeish was defending very, very hard, even getting a contact warning at one point or being under investigation. I assume nothing came of that, but you can also check the results for any post-race stewarding announcements on Alpha Live. But so you come around, a big slide there from Theo McLeish, really sending it around there. Hopefully he's not putting too much energy through his tyres there. Otherwise he's going to drop off the back of the 66, 666. Yeah, a bit of time lost on that lap. Fastest lap, Rhea Pocock there, 39.5. Over 1.5 seconds, 1.5 tenths quicker there. Very, very impressive. The police seems to have caught back up though, pushing him into the second hairpin. Yeah, pushed him deep into the corner. Can't get the up and under though. Cars behind him though. We've got James Carver and Hugo Senna just sitting behind him, who are having their own little battle there for the final position on the podium.
I want to hear you have a go at that last name.
I don't. It'd be rude to have a go at last name. As someone with a pretty complicated last name myself, I know how it feels.
Indeed. I'm trying to catch you out already, mate. You're doing a great job on the commentary. I'm loving it, mate. Let's watch this battle then. Leaders heading down into hairpin number 1 once again. Not quite able to get alongside, though, is McLeish. Battling behind James Carver, Hugo Senna Echeverria as well, squabbling over 3rd place. And the crucial thing about that is these two battling over the championship. Of course, Galuni leads the championship heading into today, but he's not racing, so he's going to get a big fat 0 in terms of championship points from today. He had the same last round, so this one is going to have to count towards the championship. He's going to drop out of the championship battle once this round is said and done. That means it'll be James Carver, Hugo Senna Echeverria, and Charlie Cale. Of course, Charlie Cale, we've already lost on this one with that chain guard dropping off of his car. All to play for here between Carver and Echeverria. Then who can bag a couple of extra points? Let's see if Echeverria can find a way through here. 2 minutes left to go in the race. It does look as though James Carver just about has him at arm's length. Checks over the shoulder though.
It looks like the 165 might try to step up.
I'm very sorry, stream. I don't know what happened there with the microphone. Thank goodness Mike realised that there's no audio. So apologies that there've been no audio for I'm not really sure how long, but hopefully we should be back now. Apologies.
Come through final now. Too wide there, in the middle of the pack. Fantastic move there. Seems to be a popular taking spot. You wouldn't have thought it, looking how tight the track is. But that's very, very good racing there. 165. Very, very busy first lap. Before that, the 7,300 investigation. Possibly contact and a pass for him. So we'll see how that turns out. On Alpha Live, you will be able to capture all the race results and all the street decisions. So do have a look at that post race to see what the stewards have to say. For the moment, we have Tony Kart, Josh in the lead here with 164. Doing very well in the lead. We have Josh Batts, followed by Ian Ferguson, who has actually got the fastest lap of the race. So it'll be interesting to see how much he can really the gap to Josh Batts. But it looks like he's increasing the gap over Oliver Smith behind, who's having a bit of a battle with Harry Taylor. Very bit defensive into the second from there. Just settling down for the race after quite a manic start.
Indeed. Thank you for spoiling about the microphone on the stream. I don't know why it wasn't working, but it's fixed now, so we're all good. Right then, Josh Bass, as you mentioned, still leading this one. Fastest lap though from Liam Ferguson. It was immediately stolen by Josh Bass, and now immediately stolen back again by Liam Ferguson. Ferguson trying his best to chase him down here. As we come to the end of the last heat of today. It was good squabbling on the first lap from Smith and Ferguson. Smith dropping back into third place. Harry Taylor to continue his championship charge there in fourth place, doing a good job. Malachi Morrison still there in seventh. He is right in the middle of a big squabble here for fifth place. We've got Sam Yaxley, David German, Malachi Morrison and Jason Newman all in that train for fifth place. We'll try and keep an eye on the leaders, but really that battle for fifth is where it's all getting rather spicy. Malachi really needs to get the front of this to get a few more places. That was a send from Bill Bowyer down at the first hairpin. He's got it done, but up and under a 10 for the 21. Not going to work for Jordan Tolley. What a move from Bill Bowyer, and he grabs ninth place away. Fantastic movements through the field. Aggressive and committed from Bill, and he takes the place. Nicely done. Here they go on to lap number 7 now of this race. Still just less than 3.5 minutes left to go. I had noticed a couple of minutes ago Winton Allison investigation was something that'll be one for the stewards to deal with after all the racing action is said and done. How much is that gap dropping though? It was another 1.5 tenths on the last lap, courtesy of Liam Ferguson. He continues to get purple lap after purple lap. Of course, he led the entirety of heat number 1. It was only on that final lap that Josh Bass was able to sneakily find a way through and steal away the race win. Well, this time it's his turn to defend his race lead as we head through into that gap. Another 10th on the last lap. Gap between the two leaders down to 0.3 of a second. Malachi Morrison down the inside of hairpin number 1. Squeezes German off to the exit. They hold that inside line through hairpin number 2. Up and up there. Contact! Contact between German and Newman, that was. I think that might be German out of the race. Yes, it is. He slows down. He's going to pull back into the pit lane. That is really, really unfortunate that a driver loses out from that one, but great battling between those three.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a squabble then. I went 3 wide coming out of the second hairpin there and just pitched him up into the air. Maybe even a Ben Axel there, I'm not sure whichever driver did that jump a bit. But as you see now, Josh Bass defending from Ferguson. 164 in front of the 165. Maybe they're in the same team if they're running very similar numbers, because that seems quite too much of a coincidence to me. As they seem coming from the final corner. So it seems like the racing will be very respectful between them. I'm sure they both don't want to be fixing their cars under the same awning. That would be quite awkward indeed, I must say. Coming around the second corner, nose to tail, Bass in front of Ferguson. Is Ferguson going to go from Shane? He looks for it. He hasn't gone for it into the first hairpin. He's right on the back of Bass. Lucas defending a little bit, not fully though, which is good news for them. So Oliver Smith doesn't really have too much of an opportunity to catch up considerably. 1 minute to go when they cross the start-finish line. So we're going to get sort of a couple more laps out of this race, aren't we? Pushing each other to go defensive is Josh Bass into turn 1. So here from under the gantry, still Bass in the lead.
And they're catching the back mark as well.
With Ferguson going round the outside of the hairpin, right round the outside. Can he do it? No, he gets shown the ball on the outside. They're catching a slow time in front who's decided to let them pass. That's very good driving there from Daniel Clark. So no wobbles there whatsoever. Defensive into pylon for Josh Bass. Coming around the final corner now. He might have a gap on the inside, Ferguson. Not at all. Defensive. Oliver Smith is catching at a rate of knots here, 6:10 to that last lap. So there might even be a fight per second here. Bass, defensive. Oh, the contact going to Shane. Massive hit up the back there. But he's got the switchback. This brings Oliver Smith into it. Is he going to get under him? Yeah, Ferguson has got under him. It's now side by side all the way down to final bend. Bass shows him the outside. No room there for Ferguson. But quite Ferguson, he's got a contact warning. But will he have a front throwing penalty there? It seems to be a very big whack into the rear right-hand side of Bass. Onto the final lap though. Coming into turn 1 here. About 4-way fight for the lead now. There's Ferguson. They're just bumping him. An ascent from the 98 down the inside. Hasn't quite made it work though. The 165. Trying to get past on the 164. Just under him. Hasn't managed to get any overspeed going into pylon. So they're going to go line astern through the final section. It looks like Josh Bass is going to hang on to this one as he comes around the final corner. So run to the line now. Ferguson gets a good run, not quite close enough. So Josh Bass takes the lead of the final heat here at Rye House. Ferguson in second, Smith in third, and Taylor in fourth. What a battle that was for the lead of the race. Brought so many more karts into play there. Bit of a gap back to Sam Yaxley there, and Malachi Morrison in P6. Jason Newman in 7th. 8th we have Bill Bower and Jordan Tooley following him in P9. Drew Lammers rounds out the top 10. Then we have Allison, Bradfield, Hibbert, Clark, Mantonis, and Sherman. Yeah, Sherman was quite a few laps down there. So was the 94 and the 84 there. So yeah, bad news for them that race, but a fantastic race for the top 2 at least. And then obviously Oliver Smith being brought into that, and bodes well for the finals coming up.
Definitely. Another great race in the 177s. Really interesting and respectful racing there. Bass showing a defensive masterclass there to hold on. 2 minutes and 2 from Bass. That'll put him in the pole position for the final later on. And you saw there, Oliver Smith and Harry Taylor getting involved right at the dying moments. I think Harry really thinking about the championship there, not wanting a DNF. Held him behind, held on to 4th place. Great race show in the 177s. Well, heats are done and dusted for round number 7 here at the Rye House Kart Club. We move on to the finals. We kick it off with the Honda Cadets. It's going to be the showdown between Ronnie Jones, Harry Serge, and Jensen Kula. Or will we see another driver join the fray in the final? Let's wait and see. They are out on track in a few moments' time. On to the finals we go then for round number 7 of the Rye House Kart Club. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Ronnie Jones on pole position with Jensen Kula alongside him. Harry Search and Oliver Ratton on row 2. Ratton's made a great, I believe, debut here at the Rye House Kart Club, or maybe he's been here once or twice before. Either way, he's been very impressive. So is Shailen Sokranton as well, battling really well with Eric Grisbeck. They both line up on row 3. The next Jaden Bond and Freddie Williams on row 4. Mason O'Connor and Jensen Fathers on row 5, followed by Alexander Robertson and Oakley Schultz, rounding out the 12 drivers on the grid here for your Honda Cadet GX200 final. This will be an interesting one, of course. The getaway not really mattering as much in the Hondas. It's settling into the race, working it out, and then it all comes down to tactics throughout the race, when you go for it, who you work with, and how we press on through the final. We've seen, though, Mac, of course, Ronnie Jones, Jensen Kula and Harry Search breaking away in this one. I think it's probably between one of those three. But let's wait and see then. We're about to kick off this one. Do you want to take us to the lights?
Let's go for it. Lights come on now. Here we go. Lights out. Ronnie Jones leading us away. Gets a very good start as everyone goes to the inside to try and defend 4 wide in one final saw. Let's hope that doesn't happen through turn 1. I can't see that going very well. Now everyone's bunched back up again. Line astern. The 40 going for a move down the inside. But he decides to, and up and under from the 16, all over the curb. Fantastic there. What an overtake. That was very opportunistic, I must say. From Jensen Kula. Into second. Little tap on the helmet. Let's work together. 2 cuts off at the back there. Oh, yeah, that's a Ben Axel there for for the 97, I think that is.
Alexander Robertson.
But coming across the start finish line here. Looks like Kula might have a chance to the inside, but he doesn't actually manage to get a hold of it here. Coming around the second corner now, down the chicane. Sort of drops a little bit off the leader there, the O-plate, but not too much battling going on here. A bit of a longer race there, only by a minute. But maybe that'll just encourage the drivers to be a little bit more conservative in the way they pass. But it looks like everyone's kind of the same pace anyway, so it'd be quite hard to sort of charge through the field. But only time will tell.
Oliver Ratton having a really good start to this race. He's very much keeping up to date with the top 3 ahead of him. Yeah, what we saw on lap number 1 there was a little bit odd. I think it was Harry Search trying to cover off from Jensen Kula. And then as he swung back over to the right-hand side, there was a bit of front and rear contact, just sent Harry Search a bit wide. Kula dived down the inside, took second place away. Those 3 still absolutely nose to tail. But as we saw in heat number 2, when Search was in second place, he wasn't really being the aggressor that he needed to be with the O-player Ronnie Jones ahead of him. Kula's found his way through to second, and we saw in race 1 how aggressive Kula was going to be and how much he wanted to steal that win away from Ronnie Jones. And he did just that, of course. Let's see if he can be just as aggressive here through the final and try to steal away the final victory. Of course, as you mentioned at the start of the day, rounds 1, 2 and 3, finals all went to Ronnie Jones. 4, 5 and 6 have all gone to Jensen Kula. Ronnie Jones returns to round 7. Will this one go to him? Will it go to Kula? Kula's down the inside. They're side by side on the exit. Tried to squeeze into the barriers. Can't do so. Search goes down the inside. A hairpin number 2. And in an attempt to gain 1 position, he loses a place instead. Just Jensen Kula. I said he might be a bit aggressive. He was, but very respectful there. Gave all the room to Ronnie Jones. Ronnie Jones gets him back around the outside though, and now Kula has Oliver Ratton for company as well. For the first time today, it's a 4-way battle for the lead as Oliver Ratton joins the fray.
Yeah, that was very, very opportunistic driving there from Harry Search. Straight down the inside of the second chicane, second hairpin, I should say, sorry. After sort of the failed move there from Jensen Kula. Jensen Kula a little bit sort of too tentative there with the overtake. I think he probably needs to brake a little bit later. Get sort of more ahead of Ronnie Jones there, but not to be. But now a 4-way fight for the lead with Oliver Ratton following Jensen Kula, following Harry Search and following Ronnie Jones. We've seen them coming around the final sector every single lap. Ronnie Jones has gone defensively inside the turn 1, but he doesn't this time. He's got enough of the gap. He's had a look behind him. The fighting between Kula and Search has actually opened up a little bit of a gap, but that seems to be coming down very, very quickly indeed. Jensen Kula is going down the inside of Harry Search, bumping and barging. Very good move there. That is exactly what he needs to do the previous lap, with 22 going around the outside of Harry Search, but not quite. Harry Search isn't hung out to dry per se as of yet, but Kula's just trying to now get after Ronnie Jones. He's proved to himself he can do that manoeuvre. He's done it on Harry Search. Let's see when he catches up to Ronnie Jones, can he pull it off? Seems very, very quick and straight line though with that slipstream. Coming into turn one, gaining all the time. Yeah, Jensen Kula, even though he made an overtake on Harry Search, he actually was a 10th of a second quicker that lap. Oliver Ratten, though, in P4, fastest lap of the race. So it'll be a good slipstream that he's having there. Very good pace that he's showing. Kula right up behind Jones now. It's getting very, very close with 2.5 minutes to go. Down the grid as well, we have the 20 and the 12 very, very close together. A little separate fight there. Sorry, I should say Jaden Bond and the number 15 there and the 23, all very, very close together. So it seems like we're splitting off into an A pack and a B pack at the moment, with the A pack of Ronnie Jones, Jensen Kula, Harry Search, and Oliver Ratten being a much closer. But Oliver Ratten has actually dropped on down the inside, not quite. Hasn't quite gone for it. Keeps showing a nose. I think Jensen Kula needs to commit a little bit deeper there because he's not quite, just losing opportunity into that second hairpin. If he's cutting off the corner and trying to go down inside and show a nose. I'm sure Ronnie Jones has no idea that he's doing that, but I'm sure that he's thankful that he's not fully sending it. But didn't go around the final corner. Ronnie defending to turn one once more. Showing a nose to the inside. Very defensive this time. Jensen Kula deciding which way to go. Does he stick behind or go around the outside? Decides to stick behind. Around the outside probably won't work. That first corner is very, very long. Jensen Kula down the inside for the lead. He's going for it. Bumping and barging. Good move there. Very good move. But he might get him back. There's a bit of an overlap. Not anymore because Jensen Kula's shut the door. Harry Search now coming down the straight into pylon. Side by side. Is he going to give it up? Yes, Harry Search has given it up. Jensen Kula, the novice plate, our new race leader.
Fantastic battling between these three. Brilliant stuff. Oliver Ratton's been dragged back into it once again. They dropped him by a couple of tenths of a second, but he's right back involved in this top four squabble for the race lead. And the fastest lap now goes the way of Harry Search. He was getting 5 steer involved, wasn't he? Trying to get through on Ronnie Jones, but again, round the outside of pylon is easier said than done. And Search has to slot back into third place. Right then, with about 40 seconds left to go, I think maybe this one and 2 more laps. It's really Ronnie Jones's attempt to try and steal back this race lead. Of course, your Motorsport UK British Kart Championships O-Plate champion in 2025. Certainly no slouch behind the wheel of a Honda Cadet car is Ronnie Jones. Let's see if he can find a way back through on Jensen Kula. All of these drivers battling across national championships, different club championships throughout the country as well. But who can win the final here at round 7 of the Rye House Kart Club? Kula holds and he goes wide, doing to Reggie's elbow though. Will this be the opportunity for the O-Plate? He's going to go for it. Down the inside into the first airfield. Side by side contact. Search will try the up and under. They're making more contact on the exit. They're still side by side at airfield number 2. Up and under from Harry Search. He gets 1. Can he get 2? He's on the outside of Kula and the O-Plate of Ronnie Jones down through pylon. Somehow they all stay as they were on the exit of pylon. And again, Ronnie Jones trying to launch an attack. Right then, on to the final lap we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it for Honda Cadet at round 7. Down into Stadium Bend we go. Kula has remained firm in his defence so far in this one. He goes a little bit wide again on Reggie's elbow. Will he again find himself losing the position? No, holds a defensive line. Jones can't do anything about that. Can't get the up and under. Search and Ratten are side by side for third place into hairpin number 2. Ratten's going to try the up and under, but again, he'll be on the outside into pylon. I don't think that's going to work. It will be Search who holds on to it. Ratten tries the outside. He will get it. Ratten round the outside of pylon. Fantastic! Oliver Ratten up into third place on the last lap, but round the final corner comes Jensen Kula. He wins the final of round number 7 in the Honda Cadet. Pips Ronnie Jones, the O-Plate British champion. Jensen Kula, that's got to give himself a good positive feeling. They're beating the O-Plate champion, but Ronnie Jones returns to Rye House and can't quite grab the final victory. Has to settle for second that time, and what a last lap move from Oliver Ratten. I said earlier, you don't often see moves down the outside at pylon. I think I can count the total times I've seen one on one hand. Well, there's another finger to add to that hand as Oliver Ratten makes it a perfect move and fires his way up into the podium. shouting for Harry Search. At one point there, I thought Harry might take the lead of the race. Sadly, drops out of the podium on the last lap, has to settle for 4th place. Shrikanthan finishes in the top 5, followed by Eric Grisbeck, Jaden Bond, Mason O'Connor, Jensen Fathers, Freddie Williams, Alexander Robertson, and Oakley Schultz there. All 12 making it to the checkered flag again. Oh, sadly, sorry, no, Oakley Schultz didn't make it to the start of that race. So 11 of the 12 we should have had getting to the checkered flag. Well, that's it for Honda Cadets. What an exciting way to kick off the finals. My goodness, if they all continue on like that, I'm not going to have much of a voice by the end of the day. That's why I've got you here, Mac, in case my voice dies, and you can just carry on for me and hold the torch. Right then, up next, it's Micromax for their final in this one. It's on to race number 18. Yes, Micromax up next then. Rio Pocock, Hugo Senna Echeverri on the front row for this one. Let's see how that one goes down. Out onto the circuit come our Micromax drivers, then their final, about to get underway. Let's have a look at the grid then, as I mentioned, Rio Pocock and Hugo Senna Echeverria on the front row of the grid, with James Carver and Leighton Brandon on row 2, Oscar Maskell, Theo McLeish and Charlie Cale. Now, why is Theo McLeish so far down the grid? Was disqualified for a scrutineering non-compliance in heat number 2. And that is why Theo starting down near the back of the grid in this one. We know that Theo is fast. Now, let's see if he can chop his way through the order here in the Micromax final. They're keeping it nice and relaxed through the last couple of corners. Very relaxed.
Showing the seniors how it's done.
They are.
Or the juniors.
They are. Yeah, I can't remember what it was now. We had so many races so far today. Yeah, the rotaxes. They can learn a thing or two with this nice and subdued run to the start line then. Round the final corner come our Micromax drivers then, Pocock and Echeverria on the front row. We're not going to start though. It is a chevron flag for the start of this one, and drivers will head on round for another lap to get us ready to go. I don't really know what was wrong with that one. They were going so slowly. Anyway, maybe they're still accelerating a little bit early, and we head on round and we go for a second attempt at that race start. Of course, there's plenty of stuff we can't see from the commentary box, and I trust Sam with my life. So hopefully he's got that all correct up in the gantry. We'll carry on round for another attempt at the start as the drivers all get back into their grid order. See if this one is able to press on. Of course, it was Pocock and McLeish who have been pressing on well at the sharp end so far in today's action. Now Pocock kind of by himself on the front row of the grid comparatively with those two. So will this be Pocock's opportunity to try and sort of scamper off early on in this one while McLeish is trying to fight his way through the order, try and build up a bit of a lead gap and press on. We'll see if that works out though, whether another driver can get involved with the scrap. Drivers go 2 by 2 round to the final corner, though, for the second attempt at the race start.
Yes, I believe, was it Charlie Kell starting last? I believe that was because he DNF'd that last race, even though it was non-compliance because of the chain guard falling off. But you see them coming around the final corner here to start the race, and it's a chevron again. I think they've been watching too many of my races and I've been starting the race joint because There's a lot of false starts there. A lot of false starts. I think they've seen it now. They've stopped racing. They're going to come to a stop, possibly, after 2 times. Yeah, red flag.
What's the word?
To a stop. Oh, re-education to it.
Yeah.
And how to do a proper start. I reckon they need to, acceleration line. Usually there's normally a cone there at some other tracks. I'm not sure if that's...
There is.
Maybe go even further and put a little gantry over it, maybe, and a little arrows accelerate here, just to get the race started. But I always think you've got to sort of start a little bit earlier, because if you get jumped off the start when you're leading it, and they don't call a restart or a jump start, then you can come off second best quite often than not. But now, just restarting here, they're all going to have very cold tyres, so I'm not too sure how it's going to go. Hopefully they behave themselves, but it's going to be quite tricky on cold rubber, but it is very hot today, so I'm not sure that'll be a problem for very long at all. We're starting back up, ready to go again through the third sector of the lap and restart the race, or start the race in fact, and sort of when we're meant to. Looks like a problem there for one of the carts. I can't quite see who it is from up here. It looks like his cart's broken down and he's been pushed off to the side. Who do you think that is?
Might be Theo McLeish.
Could be Theo McLeish. John reckons. It's a fluorescent helmet.
No, Theo's in the blue helmet. Sorry, Theo's in the blue helmet. Oscar Mascal, it might be then.
I'm sure we'll
see.
We'll find out to see which cart hasn't come through, but that might even be another false start if they can't get that away promptly. You're going to have to push it behind that barrier.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, push it behind that barrier just there. And they're going very slowly.
Yeah, it is Oscar Mascal.
Yeah, it's Oscar Mascal. Out of the race. Yeah, number 15 cut. Terrible shame for him. Desperately unlucky. Coming through the final corner. Accelerating very early again, but it's, lights out, green. They've started the race 2 by 2 into turn 1. Oh, and right round the outside there goes Senna. That's only the number 55. But the 666 leads us away from the 25 of James Carver. It looks like Hugo Senna was just hung out to dry there, losing 2 positions off the start. Got him on the timing screen as starting in P2 or going across the start-finish line anyway on that rolling lap in second place. But anyway, looks like it's quite a clean start. Obviously, 1 kart less, which isn't what we want to see. We want everyone sort of going home nice and happy, not... It's a terrible feeling when you DNF on the formation lap, I can tell you that. Coming across the start-finish line, Rue Pocock is leading from about 0.6 of a second, then an extra 0.4 back to Leyland in P3. But it looks like Pocock, the 666 car, is leading quite comfortably. Leyland in the 48 there has got 3 karts behind him, one of Hugo Senna, another one of Theo McLeish, and another one of Charlie Cale. So it'll be interesting to see how Hugo Senna can make his way through the grid, down 2 positions so far on that opening lap. But I'm sure he'll be able to catch up because he has been a front runner in the Micro Max class all through the day.
Indeed, yeah, making a good start to this one at the moment, but not a huge amount of movement so far across the field. What is that gap? Nearly 0.9 of a second between Pocock and Carver. Contact out of Regis' elbow, up and over the back. Goes Hugo Senna Echeverria. That was a close one. Somehow drops back down onto all 4 wheels. Re-overtakes, I think that is Leyland Brandon. Yes, it is. Re-overtakes Leyland Brandon. So Brandon was up to 3rd. Battling for P3 with Hugo Senna Echeverria there, but all got a bit too close to comfort through Reg's elbow. Thank goodness they are all back down onto the tarmac and all continuing on with this race. But sadly, Echeverria down to 5th then. Brandon down into 6th. So Charlie Cale and Theo McLeish given 2 positions there for really not too much effort. And there's another one for McLeish up and under at Regis' elbow. Lovely move from Theo McLeish. Gets the inside line, gets 3rd place away from Charlie Cale. Now, of course, Cale is, I believe, one of our drivers in the championship battle here in Micromax. Yes, it's Carver, Echeverria and Cale, and Brandon not too far off either, to be fair, in terms of points. So, all 4 of our championship contenders, apart from Adam Galudi, who's leading the championship, involved in this race. But Rio Pocock consistently down in the 39s, continuing to open up that gap over James Carver at the moment. It's now 1.3 seconds between Pocock and Carver. And I think my prediction pre-race of Rio Pocock using the opportunity of starting far enough ahead of Theo McLeish, his rival throughout today, might give him that opportunity to scamper off early on. Well, it seems that that's exactly what has happened in this one, as he continues to put a nice bit of fresh air between himself and James Carver in second place. Now, how much will the gap close back to McLeish? It was 1.4 seconds between Carver and McLeish. It's now a second as Theo McLeish, for the first time in this race with clear air, sets the fastest lap. He's 2.6 seconds off of Pocock though, with 3.5 minutes to go. I think even if he attaches a jet engine to the back of that car, he's not going to be catching Pocock by the checkered flag. Second place though, still potentially up for grabs. We'll keep an eye out as Kale, Echeverria and Brandon all continue to battle in behind as well.
Yeah, that's Theo McLeish there, 0.3 quicker than James Carver that last lap. If he continues this pace, then he will catch him by the end of the race. So let's see if he can keep up this pace. A very short lap around Rye House, so 0.3 is quite a big chunk. 0.4 this lap, 4.5, and he set another fastest lap of the race at 39.75. Fantastic lap from him, and he's catching him very, very considerably now. Theo McLeish on James Carver. The gap has shrunk quite a bit the last two laps. 7/10 was taken out of him, which is very, very good driving indeed from Theo McLeish. Wonder if setup, maybe they've prioritised the end of the race. Who knows? That's only guesswork. But what I can tell you now is that Theo McLeish is bearing down on James Carver as they come around the final corner. We will see the gaps as they come under the gantry in a couple seconds' time. Another 0.3 taken out of James Carver by Theo McLeish. Theo McLeish is hounding James Carver here. And I can only see him overtaking very, very soon. As Hugo Senna looks for a move on Charlie Cale, not quite that time into the hairpin. Can he get it the second hairpin? No, he's quite a way behind, but he's catching a lot coming out of the corner. So definitely watch out for that next lap. The battle for fourth place is hotting up quite a bit from Hugo Senna, who has dropped down quite a few positions this race, which is unfortunate for him. But no doubt he'll be able to make up some more. He'll try his very best. It's side by side, coming out of the final corner. Very wide moment there for Charlie Cale, which gives Hugo Senna the inside line coming to Stadium Bend, and he's got it. Right round turn two, I don't think there was any way Charlie Cale would have held on to that one. A mistake coming out the final corner, which is unfortunate for him. But as we've been watching the battle for fourth place, Theo McLeish is right on the back of James Carver. 0.2 out of him that last lap, and now they are nose to tail with just a few laps to go. Rio Pollock, 2.5 seconds in the lead now. Haven't mentioned him. He's absolutely dominated this race so far. Fantastic driving from him. Now as we come across the start finish line, he's going to go for the inside of turn one. The number 15, Theo McLeish on James Carver, as they come out from under the gantry. Has he made the move? Yes, he has. He's got the move done on James Carver. After a few laps of catching, he is straight through on him. So very opportunistic. Caught him by surprise, I think. James didn't even defend to the inside in second place, which you'd expect to do at turn one, being how long it is. And he's just been taken straight down the inside. Very opportunistic move. First time of asking, Theo McLeish is through.
Indeed, yeah, good move down at the first couple of corners. But yeah, my goodness, a couple of laps ago, that was a big one for Charlie Cale. We nearly had a new airline operating out from my house there for Charlie Cale as he took off over the Verstappen on the outside of the corner. My goodness. It was a big airtime moment there. Skateboarder would have been proud of that one, Charlie. But sadly, loses the exit speed and didn't indeed lose the place to Hugo Senna Echeverria. And like you mentioned down at Stadium, move into second goes Theo McLeish, relegates James Carver to third place. I still think that podium finish should be safe for James. He's been on good pace so far in this one, and now pretty much those top three identical on pace. So I say top three, pretty much the whole field, to be fair. The whole field, best lap of this race, separated by 0.3 of a second. Impressive stuff across the entire field here in Micro Max. But we are on to the final lap here in the Micro Max final. Rio Pocock, like you were mentioning, Mac, what a race it's been for him. Absolute domination from start to finish from the 666. It doesn't matter what Theo McLeish does now, despite his great run through the pack here up to second place. There's no chance of him catching Rio Pocock. Through into the last couple of corners comes the 666 then. He will round the final corner and Rio Pocock will be victorious here in the Micromax final. He pumps his fist in the air and Rio Pocock wins. Fantastic from the 666. Domination in the final, very well done to Rio. Theo McLeish, like we said, great run through the order to get into second place with James Carver battling well, but having to settle for third after that one. Still, he's very happy about it. Great to see from James there in third place. And again, ahead of all of his championship rivals. So that's still really positive for James there in third. Ahead of Hugo Echeverria, Charlie Cale and Leyland Brandon. I saw Leyland was frustrated with that one. Oh dear, is that McLeish in the barriers?
Yeah.
It is McLeish. Yeah, McLeish in the barriers there out of hairpin number 2. Don't know what happened there. Hopefully he's all okay. It's after the flag though, so shouldn't affect results too much, but carries on to maybe. Oh, yeah, that's a good point actually. If he's gone head first there into the barriers, front fairing could be an issue there for Theo. Hopefully not, but we shall wait and see. But as I was saying there, Leyland Brandon, gutting for him, of course, coming off of a final win at round number 6 and sadly finishing in 6th place here at round number 7. He'll be frustrated, but still I think lots of positives to take on into the last round of the season next month. Right then, 3 finals still left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, it is our junior rotax final. The heats have been pretty exciting. I think this is going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere. Here we go then, Junior Rotax final about to get underway. Anthony Parfit, perfect points throughout today so far. He'll be looking to continue that here in the final. Ayrton Rye is alongside him on that front row. Jack Beasley and McKellism on row 2, with Rex Ashley and Luigi Perlini on row 3. Alex Cooper, Samir Paul, Tyler Mason-Gray and Harry Freer round out the top 10. And then it's Mario Smith and Leon Canellas, Ashton Baker and Mia Caruso, Emily Johnston, Ronnie Chapman, Susanna Michalowska and Jasper North. Of course, quite a shuffled up grid after what was quite a calamitous heat number 2 earlier on today. We had a serious race of attrition earlier, didn't we? 6, 7 cars not making it to the flag. Let's hope that we don't have that here in the final. Let's firstly try and get it underway first time of asking drivers, and then we'll worry about a race of attrition. We look to the lights, they don't go green. It's a chevron flag at the juniors once more, and again, Anthony Parfit and Ayrton Rye just being a little bit too eager to get this one started. And we will go round for another one. No re-education just yet. We'll keep that one in the back pocket for now.
So what's your stance, John?
It is always my stance. The juniors just don't like it when I'm commentating. We wait and try and go again. But yeah, drivers then poot along round to get this race started. Then let's have a look down through the grid on this one. Let me mention Anthony Parfit, perfect day so far today. Pole position in qualifying, win in both heats. Now he is one of 3 drivers to have taken 2 final wins so far this season. Can he be the first driver to make it 3 final victories in Junior Rotax in 2025? Ayrton Rye having a really good day today out on the front row of the grid. He'll be hoping for a relaxed one here, keeping the sharp end of the group and see what he can do near the end. Mikel made up for those issues on the first lap of heat number 1. Up there on row number 2, let's see what he can do. He's a very experienced driver around this circuit. We watch out for Rex Ashley and Tyler Mason-Gray further down the order as well. Right, can we get it started? Yes, we can! Green light in Junior Rotax, and we're racing down towards Stadium Bend for the first time in this one. Through we go to the exit, and it's a move for Beasley for 2nd place. Beasley's up to P2, relegates Ayrton Rye to 3rd. Rex Ashley's up into 4th. How's he managed that? Great start from Rex Ashley, up into P4. Mason Gray's into 6th behind them as well, splitting by Mikel Isam, that is. Canellas going up and under, out on hairpin number 2. Trying it round the outside, will get it down into pylon. Great move from Leon Canellas as he makes his way through the order after issues in heat number 2. Right then, end of lap number 1, what's it looking like? It's Parfit from Beasley, Rye, Ashley, Islam, Mason Gray, Perlini, Paul, Canellas and Cooper, your top 10. And we are absolutely line of cern here. Islam all over the back. Or Rex Ashley down to hairpin number 1. No moves made this time around though. Drivers looking to settle in and see what we can do. Now, like we mentioned, Anthony Parfit's been perfect throughout today, but Jack Beasley's the driver behind him, and we know Beasley likes a cheeky send. We've seen some great moves throughout 2025 from Jack Beasley. Let's see what he's got in the locker through the rest of this race. But any daddling around, any dilly-dallying, and Rye, Ashley, Islam, Mason Gray, they're all there. They're all waiting in the wings, ready to steal away places. Down to hairpin number 1. Beasley's close. Is he close enough? Not this time. Has to sit in behind once more. But we're settling into this one. It's basically waiting for who goes and pulls the trigger. I think already Beasley's thinking about it.
Yeah, going defensive into the 2nd hairpin there. Jack Beasley all over the back of Anthony Parfit. I believe Jack Beasley came to some stride that last race. So he starts a little bit further back. He's made up quite good positions. Up 1. So less than I thought. He's a good pass anyway. And I need to say that Tyler Mason-Gray, good job. Around there outside at the head and once more and opening that. Making up a few positions doing that. That's absolutely what I want to do. Both races he's made up multiple positions on that corner. So it's very opportunistic driving, a great racing there. Exciting as well, it sure is. We see Jack Beasley busting up the race. Half the 10th quicker than Anthony Parfit there. The 27 following the 47 coming around the final corner. About 6 or 7 cars all in a line coming up to the first corner at Stadium Bend. Not too much shuffling around going yet. Rex Ashley has the number 26 all over him. He's going to go down the inside. Yes, he is down the inside. Goes Mika Salam on Rex Ashley. A little pump in the air saying, let's work together. Let's get onto the podium positions together. So I wonder if they'll be able to catch them. It seems like the leaders aren't going at it too hard yet. They're just holding off a little bit. and it looks like Anthony Parker's actually pulling away a little bit. Guys are just the air on their race. It's a very hot day, and most of them have them open, as I can see. So I wonder how that'll be affecting the tyres as well. How hard do you push this early on in the race? The Rex Ashley is still over the back of the British arm as he goes very wide coming out of the first lap. And it seems to be quite a bottleneck for fourth place here, caused by the 22 and the 227 battling relatively hard. They have 3 carts behind them. Then you have the cart of Samir Paul, and then you get a big gap, and then another group of cars. So it seems like we're all filtering out into probably 3 distinct battles at the moment. We're coming down the start finish straight. 27, close to exit. 2 wide through the first corners. You can see now 2 wide through the exit here. Orange helmet of the number 74, which is Ashton Baker, moved down the inside from 55. And he hasn't quite made it stick, and he's bogged quite a lot on the exit there. So you can see all the battling, and now the 284 Harry Frill round the outside of Pylon. Very, very good move there, very optimistic. And it seems like all the battling going down the field for sort of the lower position seems sort of a lot more exciting. It's 2 wide through the final corner there. That's the 78 on the 333. Marius Smith there, getting the rest of the 333. So as the front runners are being quite conservative down the field, led by the 284, battling for 11. They're going at it hammer and tongs already. The 77 defending into the second chain. 55 apprehensive to go down the inside. They might try and get it on the exit through Pylon, but I don't think they'll have the run. We have a look at the fastest laps. It looks like Harper is actually pulling away. 0.026 quicker that last lap than Jack Beasley. Fastest lap of the race. Steadiest gap to 3.5 seconds there. So it looks like the leaders. It only takes one mistake, and it might be quite a big battle. There's 32, looks down the inside at 77. Doesn't quite get there.
Indeed, yeah, trying her best there was Emily Johnston. Of course, we lost Emily right at the start of heat number 2, so she's got a bit of a point to prove here in the final. And she's certainly doing that. Same with Mia Caruso. We've seen her trying a couple of manoeuvres over the last couple of laps, and not quite able to get them done. So I think she might have got one done now, though. As now she's under a bit of pressure from the 78 of Marion Smith. Move down the inside there. No, there's that round the outside from Mason Gray. Has to take to the runoff. Rejoins and will lose 1, if not 2 places from all of that. Canellas now trying to find a way through on both of those two as they fight through. It's a pylon aggressive from Leon Canellas. Lovely done. It was Samir Paul trying to get Mason Gray on the exit, and Canellas gets through on Samir Paul down at pylon. Lovely, lovely move from Leon Canellas. And Canellas finds his way up into 8th place then. So Mason Gray, once again, how many times we've said this today? A driver tries to make a manoeuvre, ends up losing a place. Once all is said and done, Mason Gray was trying to take away 5th, but Rex Ashley ended up losing 6th to Luigi Perlini, and that was crucial because, of course, Mason Gray and Rex Ashley are battling for the championship, as that was a big move down the inside of hairpin number 1. That's a 78 trying to come back through, that is. Mario Smith, we saw having issues on the first lap of the race, trying around the outside into pylon, but can't quite get it there. He's all over the back of Ashton Baker at the moment, though, trying to find a way up into 13th place. Well, Anthony Parfit is leading the most perfect race at the moment out there. He's been banging in fastest lap after fastest lap. I don't think there's been any point in this race where I've looked out at that timing and he hasn't set a new fastest lap. I'm 99% sure every single lap of this race has been a new fastest lap for Anthony Parfit. That is ridiculous from the number 47, and he will lead us onto the final lap. Will Anthony Parfit? Through they go. Jack Beasley still following. Ayrton Rye still following. Both within touching distance of your race leader, but just not quite close enough to think about moves here in the last couple of laps. Then we've got McKelliston, Rex Ashley under pressure here into hairpin number 2. Forces Luigi Perlini to the outside. Perlini can't get the up and under. They'll stay as they were. But here comes Anthony Parfit. He will be the first driver to win 3 finals in 2025. Anthony Parfit wins the Junior Rotax final. There's still battling going on in the final lap, though. Attempts there down further down the order as they battle over the bottom end of the top 10. Drivers come through to finish though. It's Beasley and Rye joining Parford on the podium. With Islam, Ashley, your top 5. Crucially for Rex Ashley, again finishing ahead of Tyler Mason Gray and again extending his championship lead as we head into the final round of the season next month. Perlini in 6th, Mason Gray 7th, Canellas 8th, then Samir Fall and Harry Friel. Harry Friel was making some good moves in that final. I was impressed watching his racing out there on the 284. Then it was Emily Johnston. She was racing well as well, with that fire lit under her after the issues in heat number 2. She was at the head of that 4-5 kart train even, with Alex Cooper, Mario Smith, then Ashton Baker, Mia Caruso, Ronnie Chapman, and Susanna Michalowska and Jasper North. I think, yeah, all 18 made it to the checkered flag there, which is fantastic. But juniors coming to a close then, some really good battles up and down the order. But once again, no one able to quite pip Anthony Parfit there. What brilliant pace throughout that race and leads home a dominant victory. Well done to Anthony. Right then, 2 more finals still left to come. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, it is the senior rotax drivers for their final. Second to last race of the day then here at round number 7 of the Rye House Kart Club. Let's crack on. Senior Rotax final coming your way now. Liam Phillips and Jerome Phillip on the front row of the grid. Max not going to be too happy about that one. Chloe Kundozik and Mario Lebetsos are on row 2 with James Awad and Jacob Barron on row number 3. Finley George, Armin Asablauskas and William Smith round out the grid then. William has got a bit more overtaking to do from the back of the grid once more, and let's see if he can do just that.
Yeah, absolutely. William Smith, remember, he has 1 heat newer tyres. So coming from the back, can he replicate what he did in the first heat, in the second heat, I should say. But it's a clean start, green flags fly at the first corner. So they come into view now, 2 by 2, going through the S's. And before Chloe Kunchak ahead of Jerome there. Jerome's dropping back quite a few positions, but Chloe has taken full advantage there into P2. 2 wide there. Oh, Jerome's losing quite a few places there. Jerome Phillips there, losing a position now on the 52. That's Jacob Baran that's got in front of him. He's dropped down 3 or 4 positions just in that first section alone, first section of the lap. If we have a look at William Smith, he's only made up 1 position on that first lap.
Got a problem, Liam Phillips. Got a
problem there for, Liam Phillips. Slowing down there.
He's back to full speed.
Yeah, he's still going 3 wide. The extra depth is 3 wide. 2 by 2 coming into the hairpin now. It's getting busy. The 31 there, that our leader, who was our leader, I should say, has dropped back all the way to 5th position now, I believe. He's got a problem for sure. Yeah, he's slowing down considerably. Yeah, that looks like to be his final over. Looks like he's losing quite a lot of engine power. I'm not sure entirely what that is. It looks like on the top end of speed rather than anything else. Just through the short stuff, it seems all right. Quite what's going on there at all. Yeah, he's like the hand up there going to Stadium Bend. But a terrible shame there for the 31 of Liam Phillips. And look what happens. Oh, 3 wide. The 28. Oh, probably been mugs there going through the S's on the exit. 3 carts go through there. Not quite sure what happened, but it looked like barging on the exit and just hung out to dry around the hairpin, which we've seen all day today. Look at the timing screens as well. Jerome Phillip is out of the race as well, it looks like. So, yeah, terrible shame there for our two drivers who started at the sharp end of the grid, both with sort of early bar for them.
Oh, we say luck of the Irish. I think today it's unluck of the Phillips, isn't it? They're both Phillips having issues in this one. Jerome Phillips out of the race, and now well, Jerome Phillips there, so he is at the back of the pack. He is still lapping, but Liam Phillips definitely out of this race. And look at this though, James Hayward is leading this race. Fantastic from James. He's leading, but he is getting caught now by William Smith. And who was that making a move? That was William Smith making a cheeky overtake up to third place. So no, it's Mario Lebetsos there in second place, who is on the charge trying to chase down James, and he's doing so. It was 6/10 that was taking out the lead gap last time, and now it is William Smith who finds himself right in behind Mario as they both continue to chase James down. What a stint it's been out in the lead of the race. He did a great job to side his way through with all the issues happening to the drivers around him. But sadly, I think that might come on start contact for second place. Down the inside went William Smith. It didn't work out. And I think that was Lebetsos that went wide. Yes, it was. And Lebetsos is not happy about that at all. He feels like he's got shoved out of the way there. Well, we'll let the stewards deal with that one. They're much smarter people than us in the commentary box. Either way, Will Smith is into second place. And crucially, Jacob Barron has followed him through into third. This could be big points for Jacob Barron, with Chloe Kundosik only just there in fifth place, losing a few points. But of course, I think in most races up until this final, she's been the one ahead. So I think it might end up just sort of sorting itself out, and they end up out of today pretty much how they were entering it, and it all comes down to that final round. Here comes Will Smith though. It's surely got to be a new fastest lap. Yes, it is. 35.130. Caught him by nearly 6/10 on the last lap, did Will Smith. And he's chasing down the rear bumper of James Hayward at the moment. Now, when will we see this defence start to hot up from James? As we do see defence there from Chloe, but it doesn't work. Round the outside goes Arminas Sabrauskas at hairpin number 1, and we're side by side into pylon. Round the outside tries Will Smith, but it won't happen. Cuts back to the apex, back to the inside line, and nearly making contact on the exit as well. How has James Hayward held on to this lead? I do not know. And look who's rejoined the party. Jacob Barrett's there. We are in a three-way squabble for the race lead.
Yeah, William Smith seems to be 6 cents quicker than anyone else's fastest lap there. He's doing a fantastic job, using the advantage of the new rubber fantastically up from the back, right on the back of James Hayward now. Bumping him, that's big contact there, and he's managed to get through. He's going to let him have the position, surely. He's got to have that. Oh, and there's bumping behind as well, the 52 getting into the back of William Smith there. But if he would have overtaken him, then he was risking getting a penalty for sure, and that would have been a 5 or a 10-second penalty, which I'm not sure he would have been able to definitely got thrown out. Considering there's 2 minutes left of this race. William Smith is under investigation for gaining an advantage by using front flap, unfortunately. So we'll have a look to see how that turns out with the stewards a bit later on. But currently we've got a three-way battle for the lead, the 115 of James Hayward leading William Smith and Jacob Barron just behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts in the sort of lead group now. 2 karts have DNF from this race, unfortunately. As you see, William Smith coming around the final corner, bumping James Hayward at the time. Catching quite along the straight, using that. And it's gone down the inside at turn 1. Now they're side by side through the S's. Can the 52 capitalise on this and send it down the inside? Yeah. The 69's going down the inside. William Smith, he can't quite get there. He hasn't sent it fully. Oh, and that was so close. He managed to get onto the inside. I'm confused how he did that under the gantry. There might have been a little bit of contact there to put him on a different line. I can only assume. But yeah, just sort of pushed him off the line completely.
Bringing more people in as well.
Yeah, bringing more people. Complete yes, John. 5 karts now, bearing down on the lead of the race. Not the biggest grid here to see the rotax, but everyone is involved and has a chance to win it now. As James Hayward leading William Smith just about with 45 seconds to go. They're going to get 2 more laps after this one. Defending down the inside goes William Smith, and he's got him back again, James Hayward. But can he get him down the inside of pylon? Is he going to have to? He can't hang around. There's contact there between second and third. James Hayward and Jacob Barron there pushing and shoving, and then more pushing and shoving, go around the final corner. Everyone bunching up and bottom left there, but James Hayward has lost the lead of the race. Contact warning there for the 52 for what happened there at pylon. But it seems like just a racing incident to me. But hopefully, now William Smith seems to be getting the hammer down and just trying to put away. But that's super close racing. He tried it into the first hairpin, didn't quite get it done. Into the second, straight down the inside and managed to get the speed on the exit, just using all the track. But now, yeah, side by side into final never usually works, but we did see a move there. Only last lap, so I shouldn't say that too much. But now, final lap, Will Smith warning for the 17 as well. It's all a bit feisty now, but no one coming off really second best. But the 52 looks like to be setting up the 115 here. Doesn't quite send it into the first hairpin. Will he get any exit? Any good exit onto the second? No, not quite. So it looks like all of the overtaking opportunities has gone for the lap. But William Smith, that last lap, sets a lap time half a second quicker than anyone else's other personal best, setting the fastest lap of the race. As he comes around the final corner, William Smith wins the senior rotax here at Rye House. Fantastic win for him from the back of the grid. He's done that twice this weekend, and a fantastic drive there. 8 overtakes he made that race. Very, very good.
Super impressive. I was so impressed by James Awad's defence throughout that one. As you were saying, the difference in their fastest lap was about half a second. I thought, well, this is going to be a few corners until William Smith gets him. He held on for a good 4 or 5 laps there. It was only a big send from William Smith that saw him take the position. And even then, I thought there might be an up and under. I don't think the guys knew that the checkered flag was out. William Smith and James, well, they've all carried on. Every single driver, apart from Chloe, has carried on for another lap. I'm not 100% sure why, but the race was definitely over, chaps and chapettes. So either way, it's done and dusted. William Smith takes the win in the final ahead of James Awad and Jacob Barron. Then Mario Lebetsos and Arminas Zabrauskas, Billy George, Chloe Kunderzik there in 7th place. And of course, we lost the 2 Phillips then, Jerome Phillip and Liam Phillips, both out of the race during that one. Well, there we go then. Senior Rotax are done and dusted. I hope this time they will go into the pit and totally end their race. And we do only have one more race left to go then. The 177s are up next. We've had some great racing with them so far today. Their final's going to get rather spicy. I'm looking forward to it. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Last race of the day here at round 7 of the Rye House Kart Club. It's the 177s. This is going to be quality. I think I'm safe to say. Oh no, have we got an issue already? The 33 having issues there. I think he's got it sorted. All I saw was him hitting the engine with his right hand, and maybe he's got it fixed. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see whether it has fixed or not. Josh Bass and Liam Ferguson on the front row of the grid. Then this one, Oliver Smith with those issues should be on row 2 with Harry Taylor. Then it's Sam Yaxley and Malachi Morrison, Jason Newman and Bill Bowyer. Then Jordan Tolley and Simon Bradfield who round out the top 10. Then we followed by Richard Allison and Paul Hibbard. Then David German and Jake Bradfield, Drew Lamas, Naris Mazionis and Daniel Clark should be your 17 kart grid for this one. There's still a lot of looking down at the engine from Oliver Smith, so I'm not sure if he's got this fixed or not. But either way, he is still continuing on around the final corner. Now let's see if we can go to the race start first time of asking. They've been pretty good in the 177 so far today, and they will be in the final. We go racing first time of asking here in the 177s down towards Stadium. Then we go, and who leads on the exit? It is Josh Bass, still at the sharp end, through down to hairpin number 1, followed by Ferguson and Smith. Well, whatever issues the 33 had, he seems to have sorted it as they head to the flip. Oh, that's a huge flip. Oh, that's a massive flip. Oh, that was a big crash. That's going to be a red flag down there at the first hairpin, and that is going to be a stoppage. That was a big crash. I really do hope that driver is okay, as he's immediately tended to by fellow drivers and people around the circuit. Well, we're going to go silent for a few moments. I do hope that he is all okay as the ambulance heads over to him. Just for live stream viewers, we're just going for a break for a second. That was a big flip. We think
We think that it was Drew Lamas on the 543 that's flipped there. The issue was that he's landed pretty much straight down on his head, and the cart's come straight down on top of him. So he's being tended to by the ambulance staff at the moment. So I'll give you an update as soon as I know any more. But I think it's going to be quite a break now if you're watching it on the stream, just so you know. Right then, hello everyone. Just saying hello to the live stream then to finish this one off. I'm afraid the final has now been officially abandoned. So if you are still trying to keep an eye out for the 177s, it's not going to be happening today, sadly, to end this one off. But that means we're cutting the day to a close then. Sadly, on not a very positive note. I do think it was Drew Lamas there who's involved in that incident. He's given the thumbs up as he's been put into the ambulance, but I think we think it's probably a collarbone. Yeah, less than ideal. He wasn't moving after the crash, so we think he was initially knocked out, and then we think it's probably a collarbone. They've cut his suit off and whatnot, just to make sure he's okay and put him on the stretcher. But I think he'll be heading to the hospital, hence why we can't continue racing if there's no ambulance here. So I think that brings it to a close. But on a more positive note, Mac, how have you enjoyed your first day commentating?
Very good debut. Hopefully more to come. Very good fun, you know.
It was good, mate. You were great. You were really good. I was very impressed with your first time. So it's great for you to be
Full
here.
circle moment.
Exactly. Very odd. I've been commentating on you for a few years, and that's suddenly you're in the box with me. So,
Exactly.
well done. Hopefully more to come, like you say. And we'll see you again soon. But yeah, thank you all for keeping up to date with the live stream throughout today. Sorry we've ended it on such a mute note, but luckily driver seemingly relatively okay and alive and breathing, which is positive. So yeah, sadly bringing round number 7 of the Rye House Kart Club to a close then, and we'll all see you next round for round number 8 to finalise the season. So thank you all for watching, and we'll see you very soon. Goodbye.